Alicia Owens, known for standout singles like Trump One and Somali Waltz, comes her brand new release, The Boss, released on Real America's Music. This is the direct response to Bruce Springsteen's recent release, The Streets of Minneapolis. While Springsteen once branded himself as a voice of the working class, The Boss gives a voice to everyday Americans and reminds listeners who truly shapes the future. The Real America's Voice audience has the power to move charts and shake the industry. Download it right now. Scan the QR code or search The Boss on iTunes. Push it up the charts. Make them notice.
All right, welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. I am Brian Glenn. Coming up, on the ground in Tucson, Real America's Voice is on the scene as the search for Nancy Guthrie intensifies. New video, new questions, and a desert full of clues. What investigators are saying this morning, that's straight ahead. On Capitol Hill, Democrats tank a funding vote, putting Homeland Security on the brink of a shutdown. And inside a Senate hearing, a fiery clash. Senator Josh Hawley is taking on Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison over billions in fraud. Hawley's message: you should be in jail. All that coming up on a Friday edition. And President Trump is headed to Fort Bragg in honor of America's forces, a bold operation that took Nicolas Maduro. A message to our troops, a message to the world. All of this and more as Early Edition American Sunrise starts right now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
You people and others like you built this country.
Join us as we break down the stories that matter.
FAFO.
If you don't know, now you know.
American Sunrise Early Edition on Real America's Voice starts now.
All right, good morning on this Friday. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day so far. Here's how we can start your day with this right now, though. Take your phone, look at the bottom of the screen. You'll see that QR code. That's your ticket to join the Weather Nation family. Now, you scan it, you get connected, and even better, your hometown forecast could be next. So head over to Real America's Voice chats on Getter, Rumble, YouTube during the 9 a.m. hour on American Sunrise. And if you're selected, we'll do your hometown forecast. We'll do it live. So jump in, be a part of the fun. You can join us at Weather Nation. And joining us now for today's forecast is Weather Nation's Tracy Anthony. Tracy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Brian.
Good morning to you. What's on tap with the forecast today?
You know, we've got a lot of things going on. So I'm going to start off in the north central plains, where we're going to be talking about record warmth throughout the weekend and into early next week. So a handful of cities could be breaking records. But the big story is really going to be down across the south, mainly the Gulf Coast states here, because we are going to have a chance for severe thunderstorms Friday or today, Saturday and Sunday. So that's going to stick around for the weekend. And then we're also going to have another storm system bringing in a lot of moisture to California, so inundated with rain and some much needed snow for that area. But it's really the southern states that going to have the worst rain, and that's where flooding is also going to be a big concern. So we're going to start to have that system move out of the Rockies, and then by the end of the weekend, we're going to have some areas that pick up 2 to 3 inches of rain, and that could definitely put a damper on some of the weekend activities. It's Mardi Gras in New Orleans. We also talked about the Daytona 500 yesterday at Daytona Beach. So by Saturday, Dallas, Houston, even New Orleans, this is where we do have a threat for tornado potential. So that's when you're really going to want to make sure you're staying weather aware. Download the Weather Nation app. We can definitely keep you updated here as this storm system rolls across the south and makes its way to the mid-Atlantic. Now, with this system, we are staying on the warm side. So the chances for snow on the north side of things looking less and less likely. So most of us at most will just expect kind of a chilly rain as this low makes its way to the East Coast throughout the day on Sunday, and it's still going to be impacting us Monday. So this system definitely taking its time as it moves across the region. But for Mardi Gras, you're definitely going to want to have some way to get weather alerts, because we could have that severe weather Saturday night rolling over into Sunday. And then, Brian, as we mentioned yesterday, the Daytona 500, rain and even wind, I was reading yesterday, can impact the race very, very dramatically. And hey, it's also Valentine's Day. So there's a lot going on this weekend, Brian, and a lot of active weather. Yeah,
that's probably the most important factor we can take away from everybody. That is, Valentine's Day is coming up tomorrow, so do not forget, right? It's interesting because I think this time of the year, like living in North Texas for a long time, these transitional months going into spring, boy, the hell that would come out of some of these storms is as big as a softball. Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah. I'm sure that's going to be...
Hail's going to be a big concern today, so, and it's across Texas, so exactly.
Yeah, my hearts go out to those people. All right, thank you so much. And like we said, we'll see you back on American Sunrise with our lucky hometown forecast. Don't forget to scan that QR code right there on the bottom of the screen. All right, let's check out today's Bible verse. It comes from John 14:27. It says, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid." I love this. And one of the most commonly used phrases or spoken phrases in the Bible is "do not fear." And that's exactly what I'd like to remind everybody every day. Do not fear. Okay, to our top story. Government shutdown back on the table. The Senate failing to advance DHS funding. The deadline, midnight Saturday. And during a heated Senate Homeland Security, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison put on notice time to answer for the fraud. Check this out.
You helped fraudsters defraud your state and this government of $9 billion, and you got a fat campaign contribution out of it. You ought to be indicted.
True. Well,
that's the truth.
Senator Josh Hawley making it clear it's time for talk. The time for talk is over. Let's bring in conservative radio talk show host Dan O'Donnell, who joins us now. Dan, are Democrats governing the country or just their radical base? It seems like the only thing they stand up for is all the anti-eyes, the gender ideology, the open borders, the globalism. I don't know. Are they trying to run the country, or are they just revving up their base?
Well, seeing as we're going to have a government shutdown for the second time in as many weeks because Democrats are furious that we would actually fund a department of the United States government, I think there's your answer. I mean, I was talking with Senator Ted Cruz just yesterday and asked him flat out, do Democrats want to shut down the government? And he said, yeah, it's beyond question that they do. They shut it down for an American record 43 days just a couple of months ago. And for what? Chuck Schumer eventually reopened the government without getting a single concession. It's clear they just want chaos. They just want the American people thinking that things are not going well. And you can actually draw a straight line from that strategy to what went on in Minneapolis over the last couple of weeks. They wanted pictures on Americans' TV screens of all of the insanity. They wanted Americans to forget about the $9 billion worth of fraud. And oh, by the way, Josh Hawley is absolutely correct. Keith Ellison is caught on tape talking to one of the fraudsters and saying that he would make an investigation go away. I mean, how exactly is that not indictable behavior?
Yeah, I don't know what the Democrats, when we go into these midterms, and we'll start to see, I think, really some of the political ads ramp up on this. But what is their message? It seems like even for the last presidential campaign, Dan, their message was only, we're just not with Trump. It was an anti-Trump message. They have no fiscal solutions. They have no policy solutions that make our life any better or safer or secure. It's really interesting about that. I just don't know what their playbook looks like other than we hate Trump, Republicans are bad, we're racist, we're Nazis, we're all these things. What do they stand for?
Well, if they told Americans what they stood for, they'd never get elected at any level in this country. They stand for open borders. They stand for flooding this country with 10 to 20 million people who have no right to be here, who have no earthly business being here. And they're importing them simply because so many Americans have turned off their message that they quite literally need to import a new voter base. And even if a single illegal alien never votes, not once, and that point is moot because Democrats are constantly saying we want a pathway to citizenship, which means a pathway to voting. Even if not a single one votes, though, they still benefit Democrats by virtue of their being here so they could be counted for the purposes of congressional representation and electoral votes. Democrats stand for the genital mutilation of children under the guise of gender-affirming care. Democrats stand for radical taxation to quite literally soak as many human beings as humanly possible with as many taxes as possible to give to said illegal aliens and pay for said genital mutilation surgeries. I mean, this is such radical stuff that even Democrats like Barack Obama would have been appalled 10 to 15 years ago. What they stand for is utter radicalism. What they stand for is draconian socialism. And in order to unite a single person, they have to say, well, Donald Trump is worse. Well, Republicans aren't just wrong on the issues that we should be mutilating children and we should be importing the entire third world. They need to convince them that Republicans are Nazis and they will kill you if you oppose them. And we are the brave resistance. Come join the brave resistance. It's cynical and quite frankly, it's shocking that anyone is dumb enough to actually fall for it.
Yeah. And when it comes to the government shutdown, I got to put a little bit of blame on Republicans and on the inability to get these appropriations passed. And we just keep kicking the Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, CR down the road. I think we had plenty of time to get this done. I don't like that we come down to these. It's kind of like a high schooler cramming to study for their test the night before. Like they didn't do any prep work, So I got to put a little bit of blame on them as well. As we wrap up, there's so much attention being paid in an election, securing our elections. You're in a state that was considered, by all means, kind of a swing state to a certain degree. I was in Wisconsin quite a bit in 2020. What is the situation like there as far as making sure the votes that come out of Wisconsin are safe and secure and valid?
Well, we've actually had voter ID for more than a decade. Former Governor Scott Walker, great Republican, great conservative. He's now the head of the Young America's Foundation. He instituted that a long time ago. What did Democrats do? Well, they tried 2 different times in both state court and federal court to end it. And now they're again attempting to try to appeal to the Wisconsin Supreme Court to end voter ID. But we actually have, despite a very partisan, very hardcore liberal elections commission, which administers our elections and has done some notoriously shady things, especially in the 2020 election, we have actually had in 2022 and 2024 very, very good elections. And unfortunately, because of that Wisconsin Elections Commission, we have not yet as a state turned over voter roll data to the federal government as legally required. But beyond that, after 2020, there was a concerted push to tighten up election security. And I would actually give our state probably a B+ in terms of securing the vote.
There you go. Dan, how can people follow you on social media? How can they tune into you?
Well, I'm at Dan O'Donnell Show on both X and Facebook, Instagram as well. And I'm on News Talk 1130 WISN and 1310 WIBA out of Madison. You can probably most easily find the show on iHeartRadio. Subscribe to the podcast, The Dan O'Donnell Show.
There you go. Dan, appreciate it. Have a great weekend, my friend. Thank you.
You too, sir. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. All right. Still ahead. Border czar Tom Homan is wrapping up a major ICE operation in Minnesota. Thousands arrested, some agents leaving, some staying. What's the new strategy mean for enforcement? Well, that's coming up shortly. Stick around. And also, RAV is on the scene. Tucson, Arizona, the Nancy Guthrie investigation. New tips, new leads, the very latest as American Sunrise Early Edition continues after the break.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
From powerhouse vocalist Natasha Owens, known for standout singles like Trump One and Somali Waltz, comes her brand new release, The Boss, released on Real America's Music. This is the direct response to Bruce Springsteen's recent release, The Streets of Minneapolis. While Springsteen once branded himself as a voice of the working class, The Boss gives a voice to everyday Americans and reminds listeners who truly shapes the future. The Real America's Voice audience has the power to move charts and shake the industry. Download it right now. Scan the QR code or search The Boss on iTunes. Push it up the charts. Make them notice.
All right, that is a live look at Bourbon Street in New Orleans for Mardi Gras. I can say with a clear conscience, I have never stood in that street corner with a drink in my hand. It was the corner next to that, but not on that one. Not on that one. Well, welcome back to America's Sunrise Early Edition. I am Brian Glenn. All right, we'll get you caught up with some headlines here in just a second that's crossed our radars. Border czar Tom Homan is announcing the end of Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. More than 4,000 arrests have taken place. ICE agents are drawing down after weeks of pushback from activists and local officials. A small team is still remaining behind to investigate welfare fraud, lots of that, and criminal networks. Homan is making it clear the federal government is not backing down. Going viral again. Take a listen. We'll see if we can get that. The comment resurfacing at the House passes the SAVE Act. The Democrats can spend trillions, but buy a copy machine? That's a bridge too far. President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump are at Fort Bragg today. They are honoring the special forces who captured Nicolas Maduro, meeting with troops there, meeting with the families, recognizing a mission that delivered the results. And the news doesn't stop there. Venezuela is shifting. Cuba is under pressure now, and Mexico has cartel drones inside U.S. airspace. The Western hemisphere is active. Movements, signals, consequences. For the latest intel, let's bring in geopolitical analyst Brandon Weichert, senior editor at 1945.com. Brandon, what is going on so far? We heard this story the other day about these drones flying around the U.S.-Mexico border, going into presumably U.S. airspace. Could be drug cartel drones. They've been known to do that. What's going on your radar this morning?
Well, it certainly looks like the cartels are up to something. Reports have indicated that they've been surging heavy weapons along the border. Of course, many of these cartels are their security people are former military that was trained by U.S. forces. This is all coming on the heels of news that the U.S. military might be allowed legally by the Mexican Senate to start interdicting into the Mexican frontier with the United States. So it could be that the Mexican cartels are getting ready for a big fight with U.S. forces that are coming in to stop the drug flows.
I don't think they want that fight. You know, and I've said this on this show and many times before. And honestly, I think you and I are on the same page on this. I would rather fight the drug cartels along our border than to send any assets 6,000 miles away from this country. That's the fight we have to do. And I think we win this fight. I know we win this fight.
Yeah, I think it would be a problem for the border states. You'll probably see people pushing over refugees and whatnot. You might have a surge, but ultimately, I do believe that this is a fight. I mean, the U.S. Special Forces can unleash violence on a level that the cartels, no matter how violent they are, they're simply not prepared. I would say, though, the Mexican government is very odd because, the Sheinbaum, the president there, she is not someone that you can turn your back to. She not only is a former UN worker, she's not only part of the World Economic Forum with that agenda, but she's also her party, the Morena Party. They're basically in bed with the Sinaloa cartel, which is one of the major cartels in Mexico. And you're seeing Sheinbaum right now ordering these relief shipments to Cuba after Venezuela, Maduro was removed. The new president there, Delcy Rodriguez, did as she was told when Trump said stop sending oil to Cuba, and she did. And now Cuba is on its knees, and the Mexicans are moving in to try to support the dying Cuban regime and stop it from dying. So if I were the Americans, I'd be very careful with Sheinbaum. She is not our ally.
Yeah, that country has really changed. I've got a friend that has a business down there, and he told me they're relocating their whole family back to the U.S. because it's become almost a communist country in a way, a welfare state. There's just no one wants to work. She's just giving all these benefits. There's the education is suffering there. So that is definitely something to look at. Brandon, as always, you always deliver all the information. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
You too. See you later.
Thank you. All right, still to come. New developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie, a suspect. Description, new evidence, new questions. We're live in Tucson with the very latest. Back in a moment.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
I dance to Rosalita.
powerhouse vocalist Natasha Owens, known for standout singles like Trump One and Somali Waltz, comes her brand new release, The Boss, released on Real America's Music. This is the direct response to Bruce Springsteen's recent release, The Streets of Minneapolis. While Springsteen once branded himself as a voice of the working class, The Boss gives a voice to everyday Americans and reminds listeners who truly shapes the future. The Real America's Voice audience has the power to move charts and shake the industry. Download it right now. Scan the QR code or search The Boss on iTunes. Push it up the charts. Make them notice.
That shot. Good morning on this Friday morning. Good morning, pretty lady. You're looking pretty good. I like that. All right, welcome back. Early edition. I am Brian Glenn. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Friday so far. Now, we've got a major shift in the search for the 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Authorities now confirm a black glove was found inside her home, and there were reports of blood discovered at the scene. The evidence pushing this investigation into a more urgent and potentially criminal phase. Investigators continue to analyze DNA and review surveillance video as the search expands. We'll have our correspondent, hopefully we'll get him up here shortly. Kevin Posobiec is on the ground there. We'll see if we can get a little bit more information on this investigation. But this is a story that has absolutely crippled this country. We are fascinated in a concerning way of this disappearance, and there you can go and see kind of the timeline of everything and when the ransom letters were sent. They weren't sent to the family, they were sent to someone else. And of course, why is TMZ the outlet that's getting a lot of the correspondence? That is a little questioning as well. So this is one of those situations that we all are just praying that Nancy is safe and she is returned. And I know Savannah Guthrie, who had, from what I understand, had been off of on break from the show when this all happened. So we would just, our thoughts and prayers go out to that. All right, let's shift gears real quickly and bring in Mike Britton. He is a co-founder of Artillery Tea Company. Mike, good morning to you. Let's talk some tea for a second. This is one of my favorite products that we have here on Real America's Voice. I don't say that lightly. I love the product. I am just a straight up, you're just your black tea kind of guy. I don't like the sweet tea. I don't like the flavors. I just like the straight up tea. Actually, I think that's the one I got right there. So what is your favorite flavor that we have and why?
Yeah, I'm not trying to ride your coattails or anything, but I'm just an unflavored black tea guy too. So this one on the screen here, Morning Moab, is our unflavored black tea. It's a combo of 3 different black teas. There's another reason it's my favorite. It's because most of the time we put 2 grams of tea in those sachets, but with Morning Moab, we wanted to give it an option to be more of a coffee replacement. So we put 3 grams of tea into that one. So you're getting more tea than you normally get in our other blends, more caffeine. It's still about 70-80% the caffeine of coffee, but it also kind of elutes into your system slower over time than coffee does. So you get a more sustained energy bump without the crash with that one. So that's why it's my favorite.
I love it. Now, what's the most popular one that you have?
Same one, yeah. Same one, actually. I might be surprised to find that like an unflavored one is the most popular one, but yeah, I think that's been consistently the best since we launched, actually.
Yeah. Take our viewers back real quickly, how you got into Artillery Tea and the reason why you founded this. We have the talking points, you're veteran-owned, America First, we got that. But it comes from the heart and it comes from your desire to put a quality product, and you have some passion behind this. If you could, just spend a couple minutes talking about that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm still a coffee drinker, but I was a much bigger coffee drinker before I launched this company. It started to mess with me. It started to keep me up until 3, 4 in the morning. I would even have just one cup of coffee at 10:30 in the morning, and I'd still be up half the night. And so I wanted a caffeine alternative that wasn't so much of a punch, or wasn't the same kind of like caffeine that gets into your system the way that coffee does. And so I turned to tea, but like you said, we're MAGA, we're America First. I wanted someone that would align with my values, and there just wasn't anything out there. I think there's still nothing out there today, and we launched in 2022, and so that's why we started this company, because there just seemed to be a gap in a premium tea product that would support veterans and first responders, America First, and all that. I founded this also with there's 3 of us total, my 2 other brothers, and my younger brother is a 10-year Army vet, so we wanted to bring him in on it. He loves this product too. He loves the idea, and he brings more of the veteran perspective and partners with our nonprofits that we work with to support vets. Our most recent one, we worked with someone called Working Dogs for Vets, and last year, actually, we were able to do well enough with this company to sponsor an entire dog. So what they do is they provide service animals to disabled veterans, and we were able to sponsor an entire animal, its entire training regimen and everything, and also through donation to a veteran. So that was great. We were able to do that last year.
There you go. All right, as we wrap up, any special offers for our viewers right now they can take advantage of right now?
Yeah, for sure. We have something called a Try Them All sample pack. That's been our most popular bundle. For anyone that is not familiar with the company or the product, we wanted to give a low barrier entry to be able to try it out. And so the Try Them All sample pack will get you a sample. There's 3 tea bags each, 6 cups each bag of each and every one of our flavors, 9 total flavors. So a total of 54 cups of tea. It's normally already 10% off, but we're offering an extra 10% off with that code TRYNOW.
There you go. The website is at the bottom of the screen right there, artillerytco.com. Don't forget about that promo code as well. Mike, as always, thank you so much for being with us today on this Friday.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Coming up, the rule that let Washington regulate your car, your stove, your power bill. In the name of climate, the Trump administration is moving to end it. That and much more straight ahead on American Sunrise. Early edition starts after the break. Stick around.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind, and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Welcome back, American Sunrise Early Edition. I am Brian Glenn. Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday. Let's head over to the Denver newsroom for the latest headlines with Terrance Bates. Good morning, Terrance. It's Friday. I know you and I like that.
It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Brian, before I get to these headlines, I got to clear something up. I just heard you on with my good friend Mike Britton from Artillery Tea Company, and I heard you say, I'm paraphrasing, these are Terrance's words, that you don't really like the shishi foo-foo teas. You like black tea, not all the other stuff. But I believe I heard you say that you're not even into sweet tea. Did I hear that right?
You did. And you know what? If I said I wasn't into sweet tea, I can't even go back to the South any longer. There'll be a wall preventing me to enter. I agree.
Yes, you're from Texas. I would take a flight right now to Texas just to get some sweet tea because I can't get it up here in Colorado. Shame on you, Brian.
I know.
I think this is a crossroads in our relationship. I think
it might be. Let us know in the Getter
we
chat.
Can be friends anymore.
Well, you know what? We'll have a poll in the Getter chat and all the chats on social. Are you a sweet tea drinker? Or do you like it straight and black? We'll find out. We'll see what the people want. But I agree with you. I should probably be barred from going back down to Texas.
The only thing I like straight and black is my whiskey, and it's too early in the morning for that. So let's go.
I don't know about that. What time is it right now?
I'm probably going to get us in trouble for that comment, Brian, this early in the morning. So let me get to our headlines. President Trump and the First Lady are headed over to Fort Bragg, North Carolina today. They're going to be meeting with military families as well as members of the Special Forces units who carried out that Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela. That, of course, is the operation that landed deposed Venezuelan president and accused narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro in handcuffs in a U.S. jail. The commander-in-chief was most recently at Fort Bragg back in June in order to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday. And, Brian, here's a really interesting story that I'd like you to sound off on. There may be a turf war brewing in Tucson, Arizona, as the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is now almost 2 weeks old. New reports this morning say the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Tucson is blocking the FBI from obtaining key evidence in the case. The evidence requested by the FBI is said to include a glove and DNA that was found inside Guthrie's home. Now, here's the real twist. The feds apparently want to process the evidence at the FBI's National Crime Lab in Quantico, Virginia. The Pima County Sheriff, however, wants to send that evidence to a private lab in Florida. Meantime, the FBI has increased its reward for information in this case from $50,000 to $100,000. But it sounds to me like, I think in our neighborhood, we would have called it a pissing match.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what to make of that. That does seem kind of odd that there is kind of a tug-of-war of where that evidence goes to get analyzed. And what difference would it make? I would think that both facilities would be able to provide the adequate, information about that glove. I don't know.
Quite honestly, Brian, I would think that the FBI's lab probably has the most up-to-date and highest technology available, I would think, to process any sort of evidence. It seems to me that the FBI's crime lab there in Quantico is the standard, is it not?
Yeah, I would think so. I would hope so. And also, one of the things that really has me wondering is why is TMZ like the go-to media outlet for all the new information coming out? Like, why is information being sent to them from, maybe an alleged like tips and things? I don't know. And I know they get thousands of tips. They get people that just flood these outlets with, fake tips. But TMZ, I don't know.
I'm with you, Brian. I hope there's a huge break in this case very quickly because we're now entering 2 weeks. And the prospects, all experts will tell you, the prospects for her returning alive are getting lower by the moment. So hopefully I'm wrong. Right. Hopefully she does come home. Really quickly, Brian, the clock ticking down towards another government shutdown at the stroke of midnight. This is the Senate headed home for a long holiday weekend on Thursday without passing a funding bill that would keep the Department of Homeland Security operational for the rest of the year. As a result, DHS is going to shut down tomorrow until Congress forks over the money. Senate Democrats, of course, holding out for changes to ICE policies. In the meantime, though, the Transportation Administration, which is, of course, under DHS, warning travelers that the shutdown could impact travel time as TSA workers are going to be back on the job, but not getting paid yet once again. How did we get here? Like, I am so outdone, Brian, as I know you are. Like, really? that really, if I were in your shoes as a White House correspondent, my question probably would be to any congressman, any senator, it would be simply, really? Really?
You know what? I know one person who's no longer in Congress because they felt that Congress in our government is inefficient in general. And the fact that we're talking about another government shutdown, Terrance, we keep kicking the can down the road a little bit more. We can't finance, we can't come to agreement on anything. I think the American people are over. I think they're almost like shut it down. Now, TSA travel is going to be ridiculous if we do that with airport. But the American people are getting fed up with this whole fund the government, don't fund the government, shut down, deadlines, midnight Saturday. What am I going to do? Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. The government just shut down. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is.
I feel sorry for TSA workers and any worker that's not going to be getting a paycheck but still expected to show up to work. Let's just be honest. After that December shutdown, there's a lot of those workers who are still trying to get back on top of their bills. They're still trying to repay what they were delinquent on back then, and now they're back in a similar situation. That's a hard pill to swallow. That's a hard pill to swallow.
It is, and some of them got bonuses. Do you remember they were passing out bonuses?
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know if all the TSA workers got bonuses. Maybe it was just for that particular airport or location. But I'm with you on this. I'm I'm done with this government. Can't figure out what to fund and what not to fund, and we can't agree on anything. It's really sad, to be honest with you, Terrance.
Absolutely. I got some choice words for them, but I'll keep them to myself.
Yeah, we'll talk offline for that. How about that? Thank you, Terrance. We'll see you back on American Sunrise. Yeah. And we'll enjoy some black tea, rather. Unsweet.
There you go.
Unsweet.
Unsweet.
All right.
Well, I'm going to get mine sweet.
All right. Thank you. All right, shifting gears here. A major shift on climate policy. The Trump administration poised to repeal the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. The EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin calling it, quote, the largest act of deregulation in U.S. history. Critics call it dangerous. Supporters call it common sense. Joining us now is geologist and climate realist Gregory Wrightstone, who's the author of A Very Convenient Warming. Gregory, this is the Green New Deal that we're pulling up the roots of the origins of the Green New Deal. We're plucking it out of the ground and we're throwing it away. This is what it all came down to, was in 2009. Am I correct?
Exactly right. Under the Obama EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, they passed what was called the endangerment finding. They found that carbon dioxide, which I call the miracle molecule, they call it the demon molecule. They ruled that CO2 is a pollutant and such they could regulate it, and boy have they. If your viewers right now look around, they're probably in their living room. Look around. Everything that uses the electricity is now regulated by this, either this ruling or the ones that came after it based on it. Your ceiling fan above you, your washer dryer, the dishwasher. The government tells you what you're allowed to buy, and you're not allowed to. So I'm pro-choice, and by that I mean your viewers should have the choice to buy what they want, not what the government tells you you're allowed to have. And that's what this ruling, called the endangerment finding, really was about regulating your lives. And what they did yesterday was announce the repeal of this endangerment finding. This whole climate change house of cards was built on top of this endangerment finding. And we pull this is they're going to pull that base card out of this house of cards, and the rest of it will all collapse. Now, bear in mind, what they did yesterday was announce the repeal. You'll probably find out later today, it will be appealed by, who knows, National Resources Defense Council, Friends of Earth, whoever. It will be appealed. It will then go to the D.C. Circuit. and they're so liberal, they'll probably rule in favor and against the EPA, and it'll then end up in front of the Supreme Court. And so we're probably a year away from actually having this thing completely done away with. And so we're not at the end of this. We're probably at the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning. But it's a huge ruling for common sense and standing up for science. And that's what we at the CO2 Coalition, we have some 200 of the top scientists and experts in the world that disagree with this notion that CO2 is a dangerous warming element. And what we find in my new book, I actually paint and document pretty clearly that by almost every metric we look at, Earth's ecosystems are thriving and prospering, and humanity is benefiting from the combination of modest warming and more CO2. I call it the greatest untold story of the 21st century, that of a thriving Earth. And so we should celebrate more CO2, not demonize it.
Gregory, do you remember, and I know you do, years ago, we were told that we were going to freeze by end of the date. The Earth didn't freeze by that date. Then we were told, well, you're going to burn up by this date. It's like they're just making stuff up. And President Trump on the campaign trail had mentioned time after time that these regulations made it where you had to do your dishwasher 2 or 3 times to get your dishes clean because the water pressure wasn't there, or the amount of water flowing into your dishwasher wasn't there, that, your washing machines. So you bring up a very valid point. So when people are at home right now and they're like, well, what does this really mean? Gregory laid it out for you. There's products, there's in your home right now that all are affected by what they did in 2009, some of these silly regulations. And one of them being, Gregory, and I know that most people out there that have perhaps a new car, let's talk about that on-off start-stop switch that was implemented in the automotive industry to help save the environment. But meanwhile, it was damaging about 10 to 20 parts on your car.
Yeah, that's just one of the many. There are probably thousands of stupid things just like that. That's a real obvious one. If you've got a new car, that's what you get. I don't have one. I'm driving a car that's a little bit too old for that. I'm not a wealthy man like you, but I'm living in Florida, and but let me get back, if I can, jump back to where you talked about the global cooling. And I graduated in the late 70s. I was a geologist, and we were told that we might be going into the next ice age. And this is a really important point. We started adding CO2 to the atmosphere in earnest in the mid-20th century. Right in that post-World War II economic boom. Just as we started adding CO2 to the atmosphere, we went into a 33-year cooling trend. So we're adding CO2 and the Earth is cooling. And that's hard to explain if you're a big global warming proponent. How does that happen? And we also know that the warming trend that we're in, we've warmed about 1.2 degrees Celsius since the Industrial Revolution. That warming trend that we're in started 300 plus years ago. In the depths of probably the coldest part of the last 10,000 years. So the warming trend we're in started 200 years before we started adding CO2 to the atmosphere. Just things like that just blow their whole notion away. And also, this warming has been hugely beneficial. Growing season in the United States, the continental United States has increased by almost 2 weeks since 1900. That means that's huge for agriculture, and agriculture is turbocharged by more CO2. Again, these are really good things. Agricultural productivity is outpacing population growth. That's a good thing. That's a really good thing. And we see just about every single country is increasing their agricultural productivity.
Gregory, how can people get your book real quickly?
Yeah, go to search for convenient warming, just those 2 keywords, convenient warming. You will love it. I guarantee it. You get your money back if you don't love it. And it's written for non-scientists. Learn about the benefits of warming and more CO2.
I like that. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us on this Friday.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, a recap of this week's top stories you don't want to miss. We'll be right back here in a few minutes on America's Sunrise Early Edition. Stick around.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Back, America's Sunrise, a live look, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Great steel city. I love that. Joining us here in a few minutes will be the great David Brody. But here's a little bit of a recap of this past week. Now, we started off the week talking about the Super Bowl, not the game, because the game was kind of lame. But we talked about this halftime performance that grabbed everyone's attention. It was all about the Spanish performance by Bad Bunny. Now, I don't agree with his anti-stance. I don't agree with his anti-American comments. But for the most part, I thought the halftime performance was entertaining. But thank God we had the Turning Point USA halftime to go to. At the end of the day, getting upset about Bad Bunny won't lower your cost of living or add value to anyone's life. So I suggest we just move on and keep fighting for this country. Next up, 50,000. That's the historic milestone that the Dow hit this past week, based upon a strong economy, corporate earnings, and this is a result of putting America first and instilling the confidence in the American dream. Will we see 100,000 by the end of the Trump administration? Well, President Trump seems to think so. We'll have to wait and see. Then the search continues for Nancy Guthrie. This week, video photos were released and now shows an individual at the front door. Who is this person? Who sent the ransom notes? So many questions. The search continues as the entire world watches. And then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once again visited the White House this week as an ongoing conflict continues in the Middle East. Now, the Prime Minister and President Trump spoke about the Board of Peace, the second phase in development of Gaza, and the situation with Iran. President Trump pushing out a statement afterwards saying that there's been no significant progress made on coming up with an agreement, which he prefers, but did not roll out the second option, which would be a little similar to the Operation Midnight Hammer. We will see if any type of military strike happens next week. We'll have to wait and see about that. And finally, we said goodbye to one of the biggest scams known to man, the climate change / Green New Deal. The root of it all was completely eliminated yesterday. The Trump administration has repealed an EPA rule that classified carbon dioxide and 5 other greenhouse gases as a threat to public health. This goes down to the very core of the climate frenzy. This repeal is a way to lower costs for Americans. It would save the public roughly $1.3 trillion, making it new vehicles cheaper. an estimated average saving more than $2,400 on a light-duty car, truck, or SUV. So in layman terms, this eliminates that little stop-start button on your vehicle. So annoying. So that button that you press now, well, that will never be on new vehicles ever again. Auto experts say that that simple button alone can wear down approximately 10 different components on your vehicle. So not only does it do nothing for the environment, but it actually harms your car. Thank you very much, President Trump. All right, I want to bring in David Brody, which I want to be the first person on air today to say happy birthday to you, my friend. You look amazing. You've got so much energy. You look great. And I hope you feel great, you look great. So happy birthday.
Well, I appreciate that. First of all, the look great will have to do with the lighting and the makeup. We know that. Those are non-negotiables at my age at this point. So I appreciate that, Brian. But feeling great. I'll let you know. My knees were a little weak this morning. I got to get back out. I got to do some stuff. Listen, I got to work it out. I got to work it out. Work it out mentally and physically, if you will.
Well, you've got a great weekend to do that. We certainly appreciate it. I wish we had more time. But anyway, happy Valentine's Day as well to you.
Yes.
Let me be the first to say that to you.
Well, thank you so much. I don't think we're going to be doing anything for Valentine's Day, but thank you, Brian. I do appreciate that. I will be doing something with my significant other, which would be my wife of 37 years, and we're looking forward to that. Yeah.
Congratulations on that. That's definitely an accomplishment. David Brody, we'll see you in about 5 minutes on the other side.
Sounds good, Bo. Thanks, Brian.
All right. As always, thank you for tuning in. We'll be back here on Monday, same time, same place. Don't forget to follow me on social media at Brian Glenn TV. And as always, goodbye. God bless. We'll see you on Monday. Take care.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. Transgender ex-student identified as alleged suspect in Canada's school mass shooting that left at least 9 dead. Investigators say the 18-year-old shooter killed his mother and stepbrother before then going to the school where he dropped out and continuing his rampage. Again, at least 9 people dead. This is said to be one of the deadliest mass shootings in Canadian history.
When you start to go against how God created you, that is going to create problems. That's the truth. Look, there are less than 1% of folks that are transgender. I know we hear more than 1%, but the truth of the matter is it's very, very low. And yet we see transgender shooting after transgender shooting after transgender shooting. There is a major schism between the statistic that I just cited and what's actually happening in reality. And it's a problem, and it really needs to change.
Attorney General Pam Bondi was on Capitol Hill yesterday, defended the handling of the Epstein files. Take a look.
The American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
People want arrests. They want arrests. We all the talk and everything happening on Capitol Hill, we're ready for some people to be punished over this.
Yes, and let me say this. I give AG Bondi credit for getting those files released. I had been asking for years for the release of the Epstein files, not because of celebrity, but to know who was in Jeffrey Epstein's network and how they built out this global sex trafficking network.
Senator, let me ask you about this DHS funding. Friday the 13th, appropriately tomorrow, in terms of the DHS funding possibly going away and shutting down. What is the latest from Capitol Hill?
ICE is funded through 2029. We've already done that. We did that in the Working Families Tax Cut Big Beautiful Bill. And what they would do is cut the funding for TSA, for the Coast Guard, for FEMA. And FEMA's budget comprises 35% of DHS funding. So what the Democrats think they're going to get from this, I don't know. It's ludicrous, like the Schumer shutdown was.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Ahead on American Sunrise, President Trump set to visit Fort Bragg today to honor special forces and meet with military families, including those involved in the Venezuela operation. Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrance.
And I'm Dr. Gina. Good morning. I am Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in the birthday boy, David Brody. He's in Washington, D.C., and it's his birthday. And Terrance Bates is in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, guys. Happy 16th birthday, David.
Well, thank you for lying right off the top of the show, Gina. Thank you for that. This is a national. Oh, my goodness. Look at you, T. Bates. Wonderful.
I'm celebrating you, David. I am celebrating you. Plus,
I have birthday
this hat, I'm getting... Dr. Gina has birthday pizza.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to get some mileage out of this out of this hat, by the way. Not only am I using it to celebrate your birthday, David, but next week is Mardi Gras. I'm pulling this bad boy back out for Mardi Gras as well. So then getting some mileage out of this one. Happy birthday, David.
David Brody, do you have the birthday present that I sent to you? Such a
Gina,
conscientious, thoughtful birthday gift. Did you want to show that to our viewers or anything?
I have it right here. Look what Gina sent me, everybody. A wonderful journal here. Things I need to write down because I'm old and I forgot stuff. Is that the best? Is that the best thing? Oh, you are the best. You are my BFF. And let me just say, when the package came to my house, it said the David Brody, which I thought was interesting. I was like, wow, that's really nice. And by the way, the first thing I check when I have packages like that, I'm like, wait, okay, anthrax is it ticking? But it wasn't. It was this. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. G. T. Bates, you guys are great. We love you.
Did you get my gift, David? I sent you.
I did.
I'm
I'm paying your bills for my birthday.
You know me. You know me, David. You know me so well. Oh, hey, man.
man, look, happy birthday. I hope you enjoy it.
I appreciate
so,
it,
look,
guys.
there's a lot to talk about this morning, and let's start with DHS funding, which is likely going to lapse at midnight. Senators adjourned on Thursday without a deal to fund the agency. Here's what Senator John Kennedy had to say. Happy birthday. He's always a gift that just keeps on giving, David.
Yes.
Senator Kennedy.
What's about to happen is top of the list, king of the hill, number one, stupid. And it's happening just not because of policy. It's happening because of raw gut politics. The Karen wing of the Democratic Party is in control of the Democratic Party.
Did he call them the Karen wing? That is hilarious.
Number one, king of the hill, top of the notch. Oh my gosh, that guy. He is the gift.
Yeah,
he is
absolutely.
the gift.
I have said this before, guys. I could see us doing a comparison of sound bites from Senator Kennedy and Congressman Tim Burchett. I think that would be great. We might win an Emmy for that.
No,
anyway, go ahead. Let's talk.
If they took that show on the road, your idea there, Terrance, I think you should be the executive producer since you just thought of this, and you should get a cut. But that's the businesswoman in me. If they did that show seriously and took that on the road, can you even imagine? I'd pay good money for that.
Oh, 100%. I like the fact that you said Terrance should get a cut, because I agree. He should get a cut of that, for sure. But this is John Kennedy just summing up what all Americans are thinking right now. What a whole boatload of stupid in Congress, especially from the Democrat side and the Karen wing. They're responsible for this. Yeah, and then so just to be clear, what we're talking about, folks, FEMA, you got a natural disaster coming your way. Sorry, you're out of luck. There's no money. And in terms of TSA, yeah, good luck trying to get through an airport with TSA. They won't be on the job either. So let's see what happens as we move forward, guys.
That's fine with me. You know what?
Well,
now
they'll
that the
be on the job. They just won't be getting paid. Sorry, Dr. D. They'll be on the job,
That's right.
TSA. They just won't be getting paid. And they're already pissed off, excuse my language, about December. Absolutely, yes.
And I have this
Sorry.
solution that is not as good as your solution of that road show that you came up with. But I have the solution, just privatize TSA. Just turn all those agents into a private agency. It should have been done in the first place. Every time I see President Trump or Chris, poor Brian, I used to, every time he had to go into a press briefing, I'm like, will you ask him when he's going to privatize TSA? Because I don't know about you, but I get really tired of it. And they miss a lot. If it were privatized, I'm telling you, bureaucracy smaller, better quality service. All right, let's check out today's Bible verse from John 14:27. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. Not as the world gives, do I give you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. President Trump traveling to Fort Bragg, North Carolina today to honor U.S. Special Forces whose raid in Venezuela resulted in the capture and removal of President Maduro. Now facing smuggling charges in the U.S., First Lady Melania Trump traveling with him. They'll visit military families at one of the world's largest bases. This trip comes as Trump campaigns ahead of November midterms. Let's bring in RAV correspondent and the host of Breaking Point, who's on the ground at Fort Bragg today, David Zier, traveling with the president. David, what don't we know? Give us the background. I know when you travel with him, you get stuff, you hear whispers, you see things that you can't know when you're just watching it on TV. So tell us the scoop.
Good morning, Dr. Gina, and happy birthday, Brody, by the way. Yeah, President Trump is set to arrive here, and at 1:30 he's going to participate in a ceremony honoring those who participated in Absolute Resolve, Operation Absolute Resolve here, and he'll be with the First Lady, Melania Trump, and SecWar Pete Hegseth announced that he will be joining him as well here. And this incredible raid here, which was in Venezuela to capture President Nicolas Maduro, was such an extraordinary operation with JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command based out of Fort Bragg here, Delta Force, SEAL teams, 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, also known as the Night Stalkers, all participated in this incredible raid. But Delta Force started, it's shrouded in secrecy, in 1977 and is considered one of the world's best special operations forces here. And this base here at Fort Bragg is massive, 251 square miles, 50,000 plus troops, and has 200,000 people depend on the operations here. But also Pope Air Force Base, which used to be called Pope Air Force Base, was absorbed into Fort Bragg here as kind of a joint, now called Pope Field, and that is also home to the Global Operations Command for the Air Force for the 82nd Airborne, the 18th Airborne here, the 82nd Airborne is here, the 75th Ranger Regiment, U.S. Army Forces Command, the U.S. Army Reserves, and Womack Army Hospital. So this place is really important at the epicenter of these special operations here in this incredible raid in Venezuela, taking down their defenses in cooperation even with Space Command, as they revealed to me a couple of weeks back. And this with special weapons that were used here, including radar jamming devices, the new E-18 Growler, maybe this device called the discombobulator, I think Trump calls it that, which took down the S-400 Russian anti-aircraft systems in Venezuela, 35 helicopters, 150 aircraft leading this raid into Venezuela, all in under a half an hour, provided by intelligence in advance. It goes back about 5 years working with the CIA and others. And the scoop is that Trump knew about this prior, was working with the Central Intelligence Agency and other groups going back to earlier in 2025. And this operation, Absolute Revolve, conducted by the brave men and women, some out of Fort Campbell with the Night Stalkers, but a lot of them out of here at Fort Bragg, especially Delta Force. These guys are incredible, and it'll be a special day to honor their service to our country in a new era for the U.S. military.
No doubt about it. Now, you mentioned a new era in the U.S. military. Expand on that, David. I mean, you were at the Pentagon, you covering that. What do you see the U.S. military doing here in this new era? How is it different? There's so many ways, but what's the takeaway that you have specifically?
Well, as I gaggled with Pete Hegseth at Joint Base Andrews the other day after coming back from the Bath Shipbuilding Works in Maine, where they build our guided missile destroyers, and the submarine outfits electric boat division in Rhode Island, kicking out product, rapid capabilities, holding defense contractors accountable to produce stuff on time. And Trump and Hegseth have said they don't care whose name is on the product. They just want the stuff delivered to our warfighters at speed and scale, so we don't have situations, say, like the Bradley fighting vehicle, which took like 10 years of specs and redesigns and everything. Ultimately, it was a successful program, but they don't want to get bogged down in this anymore. And they got rid of DEI in the Pentagon. They are laser focused on getting the stuff to our troops that they need. Next year's budget could be $1.5 trillion for the military, which would be almost double what it is now, I believe. And like Trump and Hegseth said the other day in Maine that he doesn't want troops on welfare. He doesn't want troops getting food stamps. You know, they should be paid, to be our war fighters, and they are the best in the world. There's no doubt about it. But pulling off this operation, I don't think we could have pulled this operation off like we did if Trump and Hegseth weren't there in Venezuela. But also Delta Force had successes in Syria. They got al-Baghdadi. I think that was back in 2019, and they took out key members of ISIS, including Abu Sayyaf. Delta Force is a force to be reckoned with, but all of the branches contributed to this. Joint Special Operations Command is the new way, and that came out of Operation Desert One in Iran, when our C-130s and our helicopters crashed, and the services were competing against each other. It happened again in Grenada, but in 1983 or so, SOCOM, I believe, was developed due to lobbying and pressure from SEAL team members, and they got this, this Special Operations Command that could take members of any service and put them together for these joint operations that have been very successful.
Hey, David, really quickly before we let you go, the Senate has departed Washington for the week without funding DHS. TSA, of course, warning that the shutdown could impact travel time. TSA workers will be on the job but won't be getting paid. This is something that the president is going to have to address, or hopefully really the Senate will address once they get back, probably late this month.
Yeah, as Reagan said, there you go again. You know, it's business as usual. The ultra left has hijacked the Democratic Party. I can't believe we're here again. Maybe I have to stay here in North Carolina, though, if TSA's not working. I wouldn't mind that.
Well, David Zier, we appreciate your time. We think they should have just privatized the TSA and we wouldn't have these problems. And it would reduce our debt. All right. Thank you for being with us. You can pass that along to President Trump, by the way, too, while you're there today.
All
Thanks.
right. All right.
All right. Coming up, the search for Nancy Guthrie is still underway. What new description for an alleged suspect has been provided? We have those updates for you next. Also, later, Israel officially joins President Trump's border peace. What does this mean for Gaza? What does MAGA think about it? We have expert analysis coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
This break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on Friday the 13th. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Coming up, Iran. Look, you already got hit with Operation Midnight Hammer. Now President Trump is saying you better make a deal, or guess what? Operation Hammer Part 2 will be heading your way. We'll talk about it in a moment. First, though, T-Bates standing by with the latest on the Savannah Guthrie mother situation. Nancy Guthrie, and it's all sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
Investigators in the FBI are intensifying the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. She's been missing for nearly 2 weeks now. Authorities are now asking Guthrie's neighbors for surveillance footage as agents search desert terrain and neighborhoods for any clue as to where the 84-year-old may be. Newly released FBI images describe the suspect as a man who's between 5'9" and 5'10". He was carrying a black backpack. And while the feds have increased the reward for information in the case from $50,000 to $100,000, there appears to be a bit of a breakdown in cooperation between local authorities and the Bureau. Let's bring back in David Brody here to talk a bit more about that. David, the breakdown really involves the processing of evidence. The Pima County Sheriff, which is the county that Tucson sits in, the sheriff there wants to send the evidence for processing to a private lab in Florida. The FBI wants the evidence to process at its lab in Quantico, Virginia. And it just feels to me, particularly this far in with so few clues, David, that this is it's a power struggle. The FBI, one would think, would have some of the premier facilities to process any sort of evidence. So it would be a no-brainer to most of us that that's where the evidence should go.
You're right, T. Bates, and I wish I could give you an answer, and I don't think anybody has an answer at this point. And that's kind of what this whole, let's be honest, unsolved mystery is what it's turned into, has become. It's a head-scratching moment after a head-scratching moment. This started as like, oh, okay, Savannah Guthrie's mom has disappeared. That's interesting. I guess we'll cover it. I guess we should. And then now it's turned into this like literally Dateline NBC unsolved mystery as we're trying to all kind of follow this along. I'll be honest with you, it gets more interesting every single day. And that's not a good thing, by the way, that it's getting more interesting by the day. Yeah, go ahead.
And David, I'm sorry, but to add to your point, it is more interesting, but I'm concerned now. I've always been concerned, yes. But the bigger concern is that there's not cooperation. It seems to be kind of a power struggle. One would think that if almost 14 days in, you've got a missing person, you want to exhaust every opportunity to find any clue and to process clues. And the fact that there's this struggle between the two agencies in terms of who's going to process it, really? That would be like, really?
The only thing I know at this point is that this is so unusual that it's not going, however this turns out, there's going to be something different about how this ends up, what we eventually find out. There's too many things that are not your typical kind of kidnapping scenario, if you will. It just doesn't, things are not adding up. So we'll wait and see, but we know this is going to be an unusual outcome, whatever it is.
Absolutely. I'm with you. It doesn't pass the smell test for me. No. Something stinks. But we'll continue to cover it and, of course, update you throughout the weeks. Hopefully it won't be weeks. It'll be days, and she'll be back home safely. In the meantime, let's switch gears a little bit, get a quick check of your forecast with Weather Nation's Tracy Anthony. Tracy, good morning to you. How are things looking? And I'm hoping for a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be really nice for a lot of us temperature-wise, but across the South, the Gulf Coast states in particular, that's where we're going to be dealing with some widespread rain. But for the Central Plains areas like Cincinnati, those temperatures are heating up. The elephant's enjoying it, and we're going to be talking about record high temperatures through Monday. Areas like the Twin Cities, Chicago could have record heat, but the Gulf Coast, this is where we're going to be inundated with the chance for rain and severe thunderstorms. So today, Saturday, and Sunday, we are expecting 3 days of strong to severe thunderstorms. And then out west, California, going to be inundated with rain and snow. So a few systems that will really be tracking throughout the entire weekend. And we are going to be socked in with moisture, 2 to 3 inches of rain across the south and the southeast. But it's much needed moisture for these areas. So 3 days of severe weather. And there's a lot of activities going on this weekend. And we do have the tornado threat on Saturday, and it's Mardi Gras this weekend. So a lot of travelers may be impacted by these storms. So Terrance, just want to mention again, download the Weather Nation app. That's a good way to get your weather forecasts on the go.
Did you say Mardi Gras? Look at me. I'm ready.
Look at
I'm
that.
ready to go. I'm ready to go.
I love it. Did you send me one of those?
I did not, but next year you will have one, I promise. Tracy, always good to see you.
You too.
All right. Up next, is Iran headed for a good deal or a nuclear showdown? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says pressure could force Tehran to negotiate. He's not confident it's going to happen, though, as tensions remain high. Right now, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1965 that President Lyndon B. Johnson approved Operation Rolling Thunder, which was a major U.S. bombing campaign during the Vietnam War. The mission targeted North Vietnam in an effort to weaken its support for communist forces in the South. The bombing began in March of 1965 and continued for years, marking a major escalation of America's involvement in Vietnam. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
South Carolina. Here's a fun fact. I've never been to Myrtle Beach. My family has, which sounds weird. My family's been there, but I haven't. But don't worry, everything's fine. Welcome back, folks, to American Sunrise. President Trump says Iran needs to make a deal on eliminating their nuclear weapon capability, or it could be traumatic. Traumatic? What is that? Traumatic. Anyhow, have a look at what he said.
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands, but it's ultimately up to me.
All right, for more, let's bring the director of Jihad Watch, Robert Spencer, back with us on the show. Robert, I understand President Trump wants to give peace a chance, the old John Lennon song. That is his natural inclination, but is this just all for naught? I mean, how is this going to end up in your view? Good morning.
Good morning, David. I think that unfortunately, the president, he understandably wants to make a deal. That's what he does. He's a genius at it. But we're dealing with hardcore ideologues here who are never going to give up their ultimate goals. And so while they may set them back for a while under the circumstances, they're never going to discard them. So in other words, they might agree with Trump, okay, we will stop the nuclear program, we'll stop the ballistic missile program, whatever he asks them to do. And then in a few years, if a Democratic administration comes in or a weak Republican, then they figure they can start it all back up again. The imperative, death to America and death to Israel, is never going to be discarded by the Islamic Republic.
Let's talk about President Trump's peace board. Israel has now joined that board, according to Prime Minister Netanyahu. In all, 17 countries attended the signing ceremony. What do you think? Is there going to be some real teeth behind this board, or is it more of a symbolic thing?
I think it's got a chance to have real teeth because it's designed to be an alternative to the United Nations, which has become essentially a tool of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Now, it's not clear whether the Board of Peace is going to actually be an organization that leads to real action, but because it's smaller, because it's more focused, it's got a real shot. It's not beholden to the same forces that have corrupted the UN to such a tremendous extent.
Robert, Dutch police have arrested 15 people accused of spreading ISIS propaganda on TikTok. Authorities say the suspects, including several minors, shared videos that promoted the terror group and encouraged extremism. The arrests follow the raids across the Netherlands after an online investigation. Could this happen here? Is it happening here? I think is really a better question, because it sure seems there's a lot, to me, that there's a lot of divide right now.
Yeah, you know, I don't think there's any doubt that something like this is happening here and happening all over the West, because the imperative to wage jihad against unbelievers is not something that is a twisting or hijacking of Islam, or it's something that a tiny minority of extremists believe. It's mainstream Islam. Not every Muslim is going to take it up, but it's more of a surprise when you find that there is no jihad activity in any given country than if there is. And the real problem with this Dutch incident that should be instructive for America is the fact that some of these plotters are citizens of the Netherlands and some of them are minors, which indicates that this Islamic State, ISIS ideology is being taught to children. They're being raised in it in the Netherlands, not in Iraq and Syria, but in the Netherlands, and that there are people who are entrenched in the Netherlands, maybe born there, who are totally sold out to this ideology. And so this is not solely a problem of immigration and not solely a problem of being radicalized on the internet, as authorities like to say, but this is something much larger and much deeper, and nobody is talking about that.
We have about 30 seconds left. We've seen what Muslim influx has done over there in England, in London specifically. What about here in America in terms of Sharia law, Dearborn, and other places? I know there's concern that that's kind of, there's a movement in the country for that in certain areas.
And 30-some new mosques in Texas, if you can add that to your commentary.
That's right.
Well, there definitely is a movement to bring Sharia here, because that also, like jihad, is a core part of Islam. It's not some twisting of Islam. And so we have Epic City in Texas, where they're essentially trying to establish a Sharia enclave. There is increased Sharia enforcement in areas like Dearborn, where it was 10 years ago that Christian preachers were arrested just for talking to Muslims about Christianity.
Wow. Well, Robert Spencer, always wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for being with us.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Robert.
All right, let's talk Medicare, because a lot of folks aren't getting the full story. You want to make sure you are. Most Medicare agents push Medicare Advantage plans, even when they're not right for that person. Well, why? Well, because that's where the money is for them. But guess who pays the price? It's seniors. That's what makes Chapter different. They walk you through original Medicare, Medigap, Medicare Advantage, and Part D with the pros and cons all laid out for you, so you can make the right choice for your healthcare needs. Donna said her Chapter advisor walked her through every option and explained everything in a way she could actually understand. Plus, they saved her thousands of dollars. So if you're on Medicare, or if you will be soon, call 814-CHAPTER, 814-CHAPTER. They'll tell you about enrollment options, find ways to help you save. It's free, it's quick, and they can review your options in under 20 minutes. Most people, they wish they'd called sooner. All right, coming up, overcoming a panic attack. What is better, exercise or relaxation? We have the answer next on American Sunrise.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAV Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAV Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Let's go ski, everybody. Look at that. Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. That is beautiful, and I see little ski tracks right there, and I want to go. All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us. Time now for today's health news. I'll look at, I saw it, the ski lifts. This block, of course, is sponsored by the Wellness Company, and under the microscope today, the best way to recover from a panic attack. Are panic attacks real? Okay. A new study suggests, they're telling me to behave. A new study suggests I tell my kids just buck up. Is that a good way to cure them? Probably not. Okay. A new study suggests short bursts of high-intensity exercise may help. That's it. I'll say drop and do 20. That's a great idea. I love that. That may help panic attacks. Researchers found that activities like brisk walking, quick sprints can help people with panic disorder better handle symptoms such as a racing heart. Those who followed the exercise plan saw greater reductions in panic attacks than those who used relaxation techniques. Experts say the simple, low-cost approach could make treatment more accessible for many patients. But don't try that if you're in the Navy SEAL program, because there is no way saying you're having a panic attack is going to matter if you're in this Navy SEAL. I always tell my kids, I'm like, come on, what if this was the military? What would you do then? All right, you got to be tough. February is National Cancer Prevention Awareness Month. Speaking of being tough, now more than ever, we need to be asking what each of us can do to lower our chances of cancer. And if you or a loved one is battling cancer, we want to make sure no stone's left unturned in your effort to stay healthy. So that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You know their doctors. We have them on all the time, like Kelly Victory and Dr. Peter McCullough. The Wellness Company and their doctors, they're medical professionals. You can trust them. The Wellness Company is committed to providing safe, low-cost alternatives to big pharma, from ivermectin to methylene blue to their fantastic new product, Shield, so much more. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure the promise of the MAHA movement is a reality for you and your family this February. Take control of your health. Go to twc.health/RAV. twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. Prepare now. Don't wait. Let's go over to David. David Brody,
Yes.
Yeah, I tell you what, you want to know the news I'm the most excited about more than anything right now? That panic button being removed from my car. Because the first thing I do is turn that thing off when I get a car, and then I disable my seatbelt. Not because I don't believe we should wear our seatbelts. I think we should.
Right.
I just don't want the government in my car. Just don't.
Well, that does not surprise me that you don't want the government in your car, and I don't blame you. So.
And when it wears on your car mechanically, what did Brian Glenn say? It destroys 10 components of your car to have that stupid button shutting off your car engine. I can't stand it. It just makes me so. The left and the Karen wing of the party, David.
Yeah. Do you want to come to D.C. and protest?
I do.
I'll take you out to dinner.
I'm going to make a sign right now.
Okay. Sounds good. Oh, I guess we got to move on.
Oh, yeah.
The Washington Post layoffs, by the way, may have been worse than first reported. So remember, we first told you that about 1/3 of the staff was cut. That's pretty significant. Actually, the Washington Baltimore Newspaper Guild says the number may be closer to half of the newsroom. That's about 350 to 375 jobs, gonzo. Entire departments were eliminated, including sports books and the staff photography team. The Metro Desk and foreign bureaus also saw major cuts. So let's bring in now the managing editor of Newsbusters for the Media Research Center, our good friend, Curtis Houck. Curtis, so what were the main factors for this purge? And also, do you believe these elevated numbers? Because that is, well, either way you cut it, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I have no reason to doubt them. Paul Farhi, who wrote that for Washingtonian there in the cutout there, he was the media reporter at the Washington Post for many, many years. So he definitely knows people on the inside that kind of could do the math and add things up. Look, you know, you go back to 2023, it was reported that they were losing about $77 million a year, and that had been the case for a number of years. And then in 2024, they lost about $100 million. And there's no reason to think it either didn't, you know, it either stayed the same or it accelerated. So people are just not reading them. And the Washington Post, as you know, David, has a unique problem. Do they want to be a local paper or do they want to be a national paper? Well, they've decided that they want to be a national paper. And when you want to be a national newspaper, you have to appeal to the entire country, not just the people inside Washington. And so because of that, you've alienated half the country with your Trump derangement syndrome, Russian collusion nonsense. You know, their sports stories before they were laid off, they let the guy covering the Super Bowl play out the tape, play out the string. And his story was about Colin Kaepernick, claiming he was the most, you know, central figure of Super Bowl 60 because it was in Santa Clara at the 49ers stadium. That's the kind of nonsense that we're tired of. They've done this to themselves, and now they're just Politico with an op-ed page. You know, they say they want to cover national news and politics, but, you know, a lot of other sites do just that in Washington. And they also want to ask you to pay for it without, like, local news about the roads. You know, there's a sewer crisis in Washington, D.C. You know this, David, as well. And, you know, kind of would be nice to, like, kind of dig into this, right? But no, we don't have people to do that.
All right, Curtis. Yeah, another piece of news that made me very happy today. It's not every day you wake up and you're like, wow, there's some really good news. The stupid shut-off button in our car going away. That is very happy news. But did you hear Disney's live-action Snow White has turned into an extremely expensive setback for the studio? Company filings show the film cost about $336.5 million to produce. I can't talk today. Also, it's Friday. But grossed around $205 million worldwide, leading to about $100 million, a little more than that, deficit on that show. It sounds like our government. The underperformance comes as Snow White received mixed reviews and struggled to draw audiences compared with other live-action remakes. You know, how about learn a lesson, Disney? How about we don't want you to rewrite our children's classics, Disney?
I mean, you just print money. I mean, you keep a simple story, you don't really change it, and the money will come. People will show up. I mean, it's impressive. I'm not surprised by this at all, just like I am that the Washington Post was losing money. But to lose $170 million, that is just, I mean, gobsmacked. Like, that's incredible stuff. I mean, yes, the previous record was Mars Needs Moms, Okay, well, that title shows it's a really dumb story to begin with, but Snow White is like one of the most central fairy tales of all time. So how they screwed that up with Rachel Zegler and her far left anti-Israel politics, and it's kind of also difficult. I'm just going to be objective here when I say this. It's harder to sell a movie when the villain is the hottest character, the hottest actress in the movie.
That's a little bit of a good fact, too. I don't think they'll ever learn, Curtis. And I think there is a lot more competition for people's attention today than there used to be. I think Disney needs to maybe get a little bit more competitive. Curtis Houck, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Curtis. All right, coming up, Love is in the Air. It is. Oh, my goodness. 14th is Valentine's Day. David, you're almost a Valentine's Day baby. And Love is in the Air on the campaign trail, too. How one Texas congressional candidate is getting creative ahead of Valentine's Day. Tomorrow, we have those details next. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. No, the details are next. Today. Okay, never mind. It's Friday, you guys. I'm ready for the weekend. We'll be back in a moment.
From powerhouse vocalist Natasha Owens, known for standout singles like Trump One and Somali Waltz, comes her brand new release, The Boss, released on Real America's Music. This is the direct response to Bruce Springsteen's recent release, The Streets of Minneapolis. While Springsteen once branded himself as a voice of the working class, The Boss gives a voice to everyday Americans and reminds listeners who truly shapes the future. The Real America's Voice audience has the power to move charts and shake the industry. Download it right now. Scan the QR code or search The Boss on iTunes. Push it up the charts. Make them notice.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAV Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAV Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back. Coffee pods are easy, but most of them are just caffeine and nothing else. Rejuvenate pods are built differently. They're clean pods infused with CA-AKG, a compound linked to longevity, metabolism, and deep cellular energy. It's the easiest way to get better focus, smoother energy, and long-term benefits without changing your routine. I choose them because they match the lifestyle I want. More energy, more clarity, and more intention in how I start my day. If you're going to drink coffee anyway, make it one that actually supports the life you're building. Head to 1775coffee.com/Rav and try Rejuvenate Pods today. Don't just drink coffee, rejuvenate. Now that we're caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And love is in the air and on the campaign trail. The congressional primary in Texas District 8 is a little less than a month away, which means that Republican candidate Brett Jensen needs to get a little creative on Valentine's Day plans this year. Brett joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us. You know, Brett, I had the privilege to meet and get to know your beautiful wife, Cassidy. She absolutely adores you, supports you on the campaign trail. Tell us, what has it been like raising a family while on the campaign trail? What is February 14th going to look like in the Jensen house this year?
Well, thank you for having me, Emily. You know, I love my wife. I'm grateful to have her. This has definitely been a family experience, and she's been with me every step of the way. You know, obviously Valentine's Day is going to look a little different this year. We've got several campaign events with early voting starting in just a few days. So I'm not sure that it will maybe be as romantic as previous years. But the love is definitely still in the air, you know, as we're going to campaign events tomorrow.
And the love is there through all of the support that she shows you. You know, Brett, on your campaign website, you say that one of your top issues is defending capitalism, something I'm sure that you'll be talking about quite a bit in the lead up to the primary here. Why is this so important to you?
Well, you know, capitalism is really the engine that made America great, and it's under attack. We've got socialism on the march from New York City, you know, through everywhere. And, you know, small businesses, entrepreneurial capitalism, that's my background, play a critical role in creating our nation's wealth and, you know, why America is so strong.
So we are just a few weeks away from the primary, as we've been saying. What do you think is the top issue that you plan to solve for voters in your district if they do decide to send you to D.C.?
Well, obviously, we've talked about capitalism, but the border is a critical issue, as well as, you know, the rise of Sharia and the Islamification of Texas has really risen to the forefront as a key issue for my constituents.
Absolutely.
And for the voters of Texas 8.
And with Texas being, you know, so close there on the border, what do you think the Trump administration could be doing additionally to continue down their path of creating a safe border, closing down the border, and making sure that they're deporting all of the criminal illegal aliens in this country?
Yeah, I think they've done a good job securing the border, and really the issue moves, which they're doing a good job of, you know, making sure that ICE is funded and has the resources to, you know, move the enforcement into the interior of the country and into our districts, where now we have to go find, you know, the dangerous people. And they really are.
Brett Jensen, I know that you are fighting for the people in Texas District 8. Please tell your wife, Cassidy, I said hello and enjoy your Valentine's Day. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Emily.
All right. We are coming up with more on American Sunrise. This Black History Month, we honor the role of faith, family, and freedom. How the Black church inspired personal responsibility, strong communities, and the fight for God-given rights. We'll be right back.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Now, Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It's always good to have you along for the ride. It is now time for our moment of faith, which is brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, uniting the people of God. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. famously said that 11 o'clock on Sunday morning is the most segregated hour of the week. While times have changed, how far has the faith community really come? Let's bring in pastor, author, podcaster, and all-around good guy, E.W. Jackson. Pastor Jackson, good morning.
Good morning, Terrance. Great to be with you.
It's good to have you. So let's start with this fundamental question. Are there cultural implications when it comes to the body of Christ when people of faith find themselves in this kind of tribal mindset that I would argue many still are in right now?
Well, unfortunately, many are in. Now, there are some demographic realities. I often say if you go to China and you attend a Chinese church, you're going to find Chinese people. So there are some demographic realities. You know, you have large numbers of people living in inner cities. Those people are likely to congregate together. The question really, though, as always, is the heart, isn't it? Are we doing that simply because it happens to be a demographic or geographical reality? Or are we doing that because we really divide ourselves against those that we're supposed to love? I mean, Jesus said, by this shall all men know that you're my disciples, by your love for one another. And I think if we come back to that, we'll find ourselves worshiping more together and spending more time together.
I've had this conversation quite a bit, and one of the things or one of the themes that continues to come back is, oh, well, I go to a certain kind of church because I like to praise and worship. I go to the certain kind of church because culturally I understand the way the message is being relayed. Are those excuses in your mind?
Sometimes they are, let's face it. Look, my wife and I have visited, we pioneered a church here in Virginia. We visited many churches, and we found that there were some that really fit for us and some that didn't. And by the way, that was across all racial and cultural lines. We found there were some predominantly black churches that weren't really for us, and there were some predominantly white churches that really were for us, and it just went across the board because we were looking for substance in the word. We were looking for sincerity in praise and worship. And yeah, we were looking for a certain style of worship that we're most accustomed to. So some of that is legitimate. But when we do it based upon racial lines, I often tell people, you know, if you arrive in heaven and say, Lord, where's the black section? I think you're going to be told, I think you're in the wrong place. So heaven is not going to be segregated. We ought not segregate ourselves here either.
So what responsibility do you see pastors having today in making their congregation or even their communities reflect what heaven ultimately will look like?
Well, you know, I'll tell you, this is across the board. I think predominantly, sadly, in churches that are largely black, we've got to stop preaching racial messages and start preaching a unifying message of the love of Christ for all of us. I have been in churches, and frankly, I was guilty of it myself when I first started in ministry, of really racializing the gospel. But Jesus didn't die for black people or white people or Asian people. He died for all people. And I think it's terrible to use the gospel of Jesus Christ as a way to condemn people. All white people are this or all of those people are that, rather than saying God loves us all and we all suffer from the same problem, which is the fallenness of humanity and sin.
You know, you've raised an interesting question to me. You know, people often say art imitates life, life imitates art. Are we in an era where faith or the preaching is starting to imitate people's reality, and people's reality, unfortunately, isn't conversely imitating the faith that should be taught?
Look, the word of God is countercultural. It goes against all. Look, Jesus gave the parable of the Samaritan, and the Jews hated Samaritans. He made the Samaritan the hero of the story. So I think God makes clear that he loves us all and wants us to operate across all racial and cultural lines. We should not be imitating the society. We should be trying to get the society to imitate us.
Amen to that. That's the point I was trying to make. I guess I kind of led you into it, but that's the point I was trying to make. Root yourself in God, root yourself in the Word, and all else will work itself out. Pastor, always good to talk to you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Terrance, for having me. God bless you.
All right. Have a great weekend. We're back with the second hour of American Sunrise in a couple of minutes.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Coming up on the second hour of American Sunrise. Thanks a lot, Congress. Another week, another shutdown coming, this time a partial government shutdown, which is set to go into effect at midnight tonight as lawmakers leave Washington without a deal on DHS funding. We're going to have the details in a moment. Plus, getting out of Dodge. The Trump administration has agreed to end the surge of immigration enforcement in sanctuary city, Minneapolis. We're going to talk about what this means for the president and his agenda just ahead. And later, where is Nancy Guthrie? Authorities uncover new clues in the search for the 84-year-old mother of Today anchor, Savannah Guthrie. We're going to have the latest details On that story and so much more as the second hour of American Sunrise starts right now. Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics. President Trump is joining us live now from Florida. We've got you covered. This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrance.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Happy Friday, everybody. Friday the 13th. Oh, great.
David's birthday is on Friday the 13th. I love it. Do you know what else is today, David Brody?
What else?
My son Samuel, who has Down syndrome, it's his first prom.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big deal. Now,
I know.
That's a big deal.
I'm so excited. He's got his tuxedo.
How's Mama doing?
Oh,
Okay.
Mama's good. Mama's good. Mama can't wait to go help him flirt with all the girls.
That's good. By the way, I'll be putting a journal entry in today with the wonderful thing that Dr. G brought me there for my birthday, things I need to write down because I'm old and I forget stuff. Thank you very much. This is my life, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like the meanest birthday gift anyone ever gave anyone. And you're so appreciative. You've done a post on Instagram. You've announced it twice on the show. I'm like, gosh, maybe I should have gotten him something nice, Terrance. What do you think?
Oh, my gosh. It was sweet.
You know what? You got him something useful because I guarantee he's already got 2 notes in there for today. I promise
That's
you.
right.
And the note number 1 is, don't forget it's your birthday. That's note number 1 in there.
And by the way, I'm sponsored by AMAC. I just want to be clear at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, guys, so let's get to a couple of quick headlines here. President Trump and the First Lady headed to Fort Bragg, North Carolina today to meet with military families and the members of the Special Forces units who carried out that Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela. That operation, by the way, landed deposed Venezuelan president and accused narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro in handcuffs and in a U.S. jail. The commander-in-chief was most recently in Fort Bragg back in June to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday. Here's a question for you. Is a turf war brewing in Tucson, Arizona, as the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is now almost 2 weeks old? New reports this morning say the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Tucson is blocking the FBI from obtaining key evidence in the case. The evidence requested by the FBI is said to include a glove and DNA that was inside Guthrie's home. The feds apparently want to process that evidence at the FBI National Crime Lab in Quantico, Virginia. The Pima County Sheriff wants to send the evidence to a private lab in Florida. Meantime, the FBI has increased its reward for information in the case from $50,000 to $100,000. And the clock is ticking down towards another partial government shutdown at the stroke of midnight. This as the Senate headed home for a long holiday weekend Thursday without passing a funding bill that would keep the Department of Homeland Security operational for the rest of this year. As a result, DHS will shut down tomorrow until Congress forks over the money. Senate Democrats are holding out for changes to ICE policies. In the meantime, the Transportation Security Administration, which is also under DHS, is warning travelers that the shutdown could impact travel time. TSA workers will be on the job, but not getting paid. That's a quick check of your headlines. We'll have more headlines coming up here in just a little bit. But now, let's get a quick check of your Weather Nation, or of your forecast, from Weather Nation meteorologist Tracy Anthony. Tracy, you've got our hometown forecast. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, and I'm excited today. We've got some good ones. We've got hometowns where active weather is happening throughout the weekend. So going to take you out to Ashland, Nebraska. This is from Eric on YouTube. And this is where they're going to have record potential for the next several days into next week. Look at 70 degrees by Tuesday. They do get some rain on Saturday. They're just going to get clipped with the north end of this system. That's going to bring some active, severe potential across the Gulf Coast states over the next couple of days. As for Cave City, Arkansas, you're going to be dealing with the rain Saturday and Sunday. This is from Kevin T on Gitter. and then you'll finally clear out. But we do have a level 2 flood threat by this weekend, so something to stay weather aware for sure as those storms roll on through. And this is Slap Out, Alabama. This is from Flashosaurus on Getter, which is actually also Holtville, Alabama. I learned something new, but it is commonly called Slap Out, Alabama. And they're going to be dealing with the rain Saturday, where they do have a chance for some overnight severe thunderstorms Saturday into the start of the day on Sunday. So lots of active weather across the South, and that brings me to the Daytona 500. We've already talked about Mardi Gras getting some rain. Well, the Daytona 500 looks like there's an increasing chance for rain as the day goes on throughout Sunday, so could cause some rain delays or some issues, Terrance.
All right. Thank you so much, Tracy. Have a great weekend, even though it looks like it's going to be a little wet for you down there in Florida. Have a good one. Talk to you Monday.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, let's get you over to David Brody now. David, good morning to you. Look, I know we're going to talk government funding here, but I'd just like to propose some sort of measure that lawmakers cannot leave Washington, D.C. unless they get appropriations bills fully passed. If it means that the government is in a shutdown and they're still in D.C. talking and negotiating, then so be it. I'd like to propose that bill. Can you find me a lawmaker to sponsor it?
No, absolutely not. I cannot find you anybody that will. No, that's not true. There are some that will do it, but you're right, 100%. I agree with you. Speaking of lawmakers, T, they've now left town, of course, without a deal to keep the Department of Homeland Security open after Senate Democrats blocked both a year-long funding bill and a short-term extension. With Congress now on recess, DHS set to shut down, everybody, at midnight Friday. It's going to cut off critical services like FEMA, TSA. Republicans say Democrats are deliberately holding out for political advantage, and the White House warns this would be the third partial shutdown of this Congress. I mean, talk about Groundhog Day. Joining us now with reaction is CPAC Chairman Matt Schlatt. Matt, good morning. My goodness, on a serious note, getting sick and tired of this. Come on. I mean, what in the world?
Well, I mean, be sick and tired at this radicalized Democrat Party, because this has nothing to do with ISIS operations in Minneapolis, St. Paul. This has to do with the fact that they want as many illegal folks to come over here as possible. They want them to vote, and they don't want to deport them. And that is their plan. They're so radical because Barack Obama deported so many illegals. He was called the deporter in chief by the left. You know, a few years later, Joe Biden is president, and now it is the policy of the Democratic Party to not have voter ID, to not deport people who are here illegal, even criminals. And that's what this is all about. So I'm kind of glad there's a shutdown, because I'm glad that Republicans are saying enough is enough. We have to deport the people who are here illegally.
So to that point about deporting the people who are here illegally, Borders Czar Tom Homan announced that the deportation surge in Minnesota is going to be ending. As you know, the federal presence in that state was met with fierce resistance and opposition from agitators, protesters, and even the governor and the mayor there. Operation Metro Surge involved about 3,000 armed immigration agents who are now going to be pulled out of that area. We talked about it a lot here on the show. Do you see this as the Trump administration blinking?
No, I think that, look, there's been a philosophical conversation that people like me don't tend to talk about publicly, but I want to be honest with your question, which is, should we just clean up the red states where they have good sheriffs and the people want to have law and order, and let the blue cities fall into the chaos that they're voting for and that they want? Or should we do them a favor anyway and try to clean up these blue cities as well? And I'm focusing especially on those aliens who are here, who are committing heinous crimes, and the drug and gang members, and the drug peddlers, and those folks, and the human traffickers. Should we clean up their cities even though they don't want them cleaned up? Or should we just focus on red areas? And I will be honest with my own opinion is that this is a time for choosing. If you're voting for this chaos that the radicalized Democratic Party wants, no borders, anybody can come, grab and go, no real prosecution of crimes, I think they're going to have to live in it for a while and really saturate in the evil and and murder and bloodshed of it all if they don't want to fix it. And if their governor doesn't want to fix it and their mayor wants to fix it, Trump can't fix everything. So let's at least focus in the areas that we can fix, areas in Arizona that want to fix this problem, in Florida and Texas and all the other states that believe that we should have a swath of the country that believes in those two truths. It's just not the Democratic Party that believes in it.
Mm-hmm. Matt, I saw your amazing, and I don't know how she gets more beautiful every single time I see her, and looks younger, by the way, every time I see her, but your beautiful wife, Mercedes, at the Hispanic Gala this week. Rav was there with all of our cameras and everything. It was a beautiful event, and the first of its kind, really. And missed you, and I forgot to bring you a cigar, but I promise I owe you one. But that's okay, because I'll bring one. I'll bring one.
I want those cigars at CPAC,
I'm bringing them. I was just going to say I'll bring them.
Okay.
But, you know, CPAC, something I've been attending since I was literally fresh out of college, is something that you and Mercedes do such an amazing, and your whole team, I know it takes that whole team, do such an amazing job. And it's so pivotal at this time in an election cycle. So what CPAC does, what CPAC brings together, how the narrative coalesces around whatever our election year messaging is going to be, is so critical, especially in a midterm election. Explain why.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, Dr. Gina, because with the democratization of media, which Rav is part of and all of you are part of, all these new ways in which we get information, one of the problems we have is trying to figure out, when there's breaking news, what's true and what's just the left-wing media telling us is the facts. And so there's a wide swath of America that really doesn't know what to believe when something breaks. What do we believe on Epstein? What's true? What's false? And all these other topics. And I think one of the values that CPAC will bring at the end of March in Dallas is, you know, the beginning of this whole conversation around the midterms. It'll be, I don't know exactly how many months away, but maybe I can do the math real fast, 8 months away from that moment. And the recruiting is going to be hot and heavy. The redistricting will be done. Texas is already done. The primaries will be beginning. And they'll go through August. And what do we stand for as a party? And our theme's going to be actions, not just words. What Donald Trump has shown the Republican Party is, number one, you have to fight. And number two, when you get power, you have to use every little drop of it. And he gets criticized for being fascist because he's using his constitutional power. But he's got to do that, and that's got to be what this midterm is about. Actions, not just words.
Well, Rav will be there on the ground, and I know I've already spoken with Zen Master about it. We're excited to cover it, and we'll see you there.
Great, guys.
Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. Coming up, a pair of black gloves, a possible DNA break, and a mysterious masked figure on camera, all in the search for Nancy Guthrie. We're going to have the latest details in a moment.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting Rav at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word Rav Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text Rav Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at Rav.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Let's spill some tea.
Welcome back. Let's Spill Some Tea is sponsored by Artillery Tea Co., the veteran-owned patriotic tea brand delivering premium whole leaf tea in biodegradable sachets that brew twice as strong. Patriots, if you love great tea on your terms, check out the Patriots Brew Club for automatic shipments that you control. You can cancel or swap flavors anytime with no commitments. You'll also get free shipping on every order, tiered discounts up to 20%, and free milestone rewards along the way. Brew strong, stay patriotic. Head to artillerytco.com right now and click Join the Patriots Brew Club to get started. Welcome back to American Sunrise. We are continuing to follow the ongoing search for the 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today anchor Savannah Guthrie. Investigators have recovered a pair of black gloves found just a mile and a half from her Arizona home. Gloves that sources say match what a mysterious masked figure wore the night that she disappeared. The gloves are now being tested for DNA as the Pima County Sheriff's Department sorts through an avalanche of new tips, more than 18,000 in less than 2 weeks, all triggered by that chilling surveillance video of a backpacked armed suspect tampering with the family's porch camera. Joining us now with more is retired Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. Betsy, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. This is just a very, very terrifying case. How close do you think we are to finding the suspect? It's been a long time.
Yeah, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow. And of course, we're closer than we were when this was initially reported. But information is just sort of dribbling in. And, the detectives, the investigators, the agents, they're getting tired and they're reaching out to the public for help as things kind of dribble in.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to try to piece together what could have possibly happened. With 2 weeks that have gone by, the family was looking for a sign of life in order to send the ransom over. What do you think that we can expect to see in the coming days in this investigation?
I think you're just going to continue to see on the ground police work, but we do have some additional technical expertise who have arrived. They arrived last night, and you're going to see more of the technology side, utilizing everything from satellite to even her pacemaker to try to better ping that location. We also have geofencing happening, but we also have good old-fashioned police work, asking the public for their help with, ring cameras and things like that. So this is really going to take a lot of law enforcement. It's also going to take the public's help.
Absolutely. Pulling out all of the resources to be able to track her down. Betsy, I do want to move on to another mystery. Earlier this week, an independent forensic report came out challenging the ruling in the death of Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain in 1994, with forensic specialist Brian Burnett and researcher Michelle Wilkins claiming that it was a homicide, not a suicide. Betsy, I'm a big rock and roll fan. I love Nirvana. I knew that there was something a little bit weird about all of this. Reopening the investigation here, what is your take?
Well, this has always been that rumor, right? That he did not commit suicide, but the King County Sheriff's Department, went ahead and ruled it. And now they're saying they're not going to reopen the case, but they are going to allow it to be looked at. So I think this is going to be maybe one of those cold case situations where now, again, back to technology, we have so much more science, so much more technology where we can open an old case and perhaps look at it with fresh eyes. That's what's happening here, I think.
Well, Betsy Brantner-Smith, thank you so much for being with us this morning and giving us some more insight into these cases.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, GOP senators demand answers after Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile handed over their phone records to Jack Smith's Arctic Frost probe. Why were lawmakers kept in the dark, and how far did the subpoenas go? That's next.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Wyoming. This is actually pretty beautiful. Beautiful part of the country if you've never been. Definitely would encourage you to visit. Anyway, we're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's set to ring here in just a few minutes. Here's a quick look at pre-market trading. As you can see, not looking so hot right now, but all of that, of course, can change the moment that bell rings. We'll take you there live here in short order. First, though, let's get you over to the birthday boy. David, good morning, sir.
Good morning. All right, T. Bates. Earlier this week, we saw a fiery showdown on Capitol Hill as top executives from Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile were put in the hot seat. So Republican senators, some of whom had their own phone records swept up, demanding answers on why the telecom giants quietly turned over their data to Jack Smith's Arctic frost probe. GOP lawmakers call it a deep invasion of privacy, a violation of constitutional protections, and also a stunning example of secret government overreach. Republicans continue to demand transparency, accountability, and answers about how far Jack Smith's team really went with his Arctic frost probe. Oh, joining us now with analysis is the person we want on this story. Co-host of Cowboy Logic here on RAV, that'd be Donna Fiducia. Donna, good morning. I feel like it's time to wind you up and let you go. Good morning.
Okay, birthday boy, here I go. First of all, right. I think if they had Patriot Mobile, we would have had a little different situation and a little different turnout, huh? Mm-hmm. But yeah, no Democrats were looked at in this. And by the way, most of the Jan 6ers are in that Arctic frost. There are absolutely no Democrats, all Republicans. So, gee, what do you think is wrong with this picture? And then you've got Mike Romano. He's a former attorney for the DOJ. He prosecuted a lot of Jan 6ers. He goes, well, the action wasn't unusual. Well, maybe that's why he's not there anymore, because this should not have ever happened. And now kudos to AT&T, David. At least AT&T withheld a little bit. But, man, the other ones, they were very happy to give this all up. It was a witch hunt, no kidding. But the bigger story to me is the fact that all of a sudden these senators and congressmen move their butts pretty quickly when it affects them, doesn't it? And what about all of us, you know, common folk who had this done to them? We don't have the resources that Congress has. Now they're saying, Grassley said it could be violating the speech and debate clause. I agree with that. And there's one other thing that I kind of wanted to bring up, and I saw this on social media, and it kind of fits. You know, with the Nancy Guthrie case, her doorbell camera was off, but yet a couple days later, they were able to retrieve that camera. So that shows you that Big Brother is always watching. So that's kind of scary, too. But I'm glad it's coming to fruition at this point. Glad that senators suddenly feel a little butthurt on all this, because it's about time that the witch hunt does come out. And I love the way the Democrats in this. Well, it's going to take away our rights. Well, what did they do to him for the last 4 years? So, yeah, I'm glad it's looked at, but certainly in some cases, possibly for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, and Donna, I'm glad you brought up the whole that whole Nancy Guthrie situation with the camera. That was the exact thing I thought too. Like, okay, got it. So, you know, you're telling me in the deep recesses of somewhere out there, we're still being looked at clearly, even if we don't sign up for the service. That's a really good point. By the way, on Jack Smith, what do you think? I mean, you know, here we go again. Is he just going to? I mean, so he's dragged in front of Congress and yada yada yada, and it feels like a Seinfeld situation. Is anything ever going to really happen to Jack Smith? What do you think?
SSDD, hate to say it, but that's probably what it is. He looks so evil, doesn't he, David? Look at his eyes. You've got $20 million put into this. He was brought back from the criminal court in The Hague, where he supposedly did a lot of nefarious things. This is not a good person. I don't know why, but you know what the real bigger problem is? The D.C. Circuit. I mean, you can obviously get away with murder if you're a Democrat. Look at Michael Byrd, who murdered Ashley Babbitt on January 6th. So that is really the problem. The D.C. Circuit is where anything Republican goes to die, unfortunately. And that circuit, I got to look into this. I've asked a few lawyers, can that circuit be disbanded? I'm not sure about that, or dissolved. That would be awesome, quite honestly. But it seems like everything that goes around the D.C. Circuit really never goes anywhere, does it?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, what do you got coming up on the barn party? There's always a party. It doesn't smell in the barn, does it?
No, not my barn. Not my barn.
Okay.
Dr. X-Ray returns with a very big surprise. Steve Toth, who was running against Dan Crenshaw in Texas 15, that's a biggie. Also, the lectern guy, the J6er who allegedly stole the lectern. The guy is hilarious. His name is Adam Johnson. He's on the show. And we have a Puppy Bannon update. Puppy Bannon has gotten into the terrible twos, and this is a doozy. We'll see you on Saturday, 6 a.m. and 9 p.m., and again on Sunday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all times Eastern.
Don't you dare leave us hanging. That is the tease of all tease with Puppy Bannon.
It is. Oh, he's in the terrible twos.
Oh,
it's really bad.
Oh, gosh. By the way, are you going to get on a magazine cover? I mean, you are the GQ of that whole look you've got. I mean, where's your magazine cover, by the way? Anyhow,
I don't know. My kids say, you know, Mom, you're from New Jersey. What's with the cowboy hat? But, you know, it makes doing your hair a hell of a lot easier. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, yeah, if you were from Jersey, right, you'd be like pictured next to a sewer. All right. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate it.
Okay. See you guys. Love you. And happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I can say that. I'm from Jersey as well. All right. We got to stick together. We're from Jersey. All right. Time to head back to T-Bates in Denver for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's set to ring here in just a little bit. You can see some of the pre-market numbers. Let me look at my watch here. Yeah, so it's 7:29, so the bell hasn't rung just yet, but you saw some of the pre-market trading numbers. The applause underway there. You can see it right now. It looks like BlackRock is at the podium, which means since they're applauding, the bell is going to ring here in short order, and then we'll get an idea of how the markets are looking. Right on cue, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The markets are now officially open. Trading is underway on this final day of trading for the week, and here's how the markets are looking. The Dow, S&P 500, and the NASDAQ all in the red to start this day. But again, that can change very quickly. Just a couple of trades and a couple of things change, and those markets hopefully will be in the green. We'll continue to monitor it for you, though, throughout the day. Still to come here on American Sunrise, water systems are failing in households across the country, posing significant health and financial risks for Americans. After the break, we'll show you how many are overcoming that issue with a revolutionary system. You definitely don't want to miss this. Stick around.
From powerhouse vocalist Natasha Owens, known for standout singles like Trump One and Somali Waltz, comes her brand new release, The Boss, released on Real America's Music. This is the direct response to Bruce Springsteen's recent release, The Streets of Minneapolis. While Springsteen once branded himself as a voice of the working class, The Boss gives a voice to everyday Americans and reminds listeners who truly shapes the future. The Real America's Voice audience has the power to move charts and shake the industry. Download it right now. Scan the QR code or search The Boss on iTunes. Push it up the charts. Make them notice. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner First has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was the cover.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Real America's Voice is growing, and now it's all in one place. Introducing the new and improved RAV app, built for access, community.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. Across America, many households facing a quiet crisis they might not even be aware of. Water systems that are aging, contaminated, hard water systems, chemicals, all the rest of it simply failing us. Even your own shower may be aging your skin or putting contaminants in your body. Research shows that hard, unfiltered water can worsen chronic skin conditions like eczema, psoriasis. Here to weigh in on this very concerning issue is home improvement expert Skip Biddell. We have watched him for years helping families on the hit TV show Catch a Contractor. He's also appeared on some of the nation's biggest news shows as an expert contributor on how Americans can improve their homes, keep themselves healthy, keep their families healthy, keep their water safe. It's foundational. It's fundamental. And people don't even realize, people think, here's the misnomer. People think that if you are drinking bottled water, you're keeping things safe, but you're not, because even bottled water has PFAS, the plastics in these forever chemicals in your bottled water. Plus, we know now, Skip, I'm putting nicotine patches on my arm because that prevents dementia or Alzheimer's, and I'm putting all sorts of lotions that have things that. Tell us what we're missing and why this system is so really important.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Dr. Gina. You are absolutely right, because the skin is the largest organ on the human body, as you know, and it absorbs everything like a sponge. So when we hear about all these contaminants in the water, the lead, the mercury, the arsenic, and now these crazy PFAS, PFAs, or the forever chemicals, they're showing up in every state across the nation, coast to coast. Now they're even showing up in America's blood results. So these are confirmed to cause cancer, very dangerous. And you're right, most people are under the impression that if I only drink bottled water or I filter the water in my home like I have at one of my refrigerator or under the sink, that I'm good. But what they're missing, and the false sense of security here, is that they don't understand that we take in much more of those contaminants and chemicals through our skin than we ever could by drinking it. When you shower or bathe, a typical shower, let's say 10 minutes, your body can absorb up to 6 ounces of those contaminants, just like your nicotine patches. The reason why is because our skin is so, transmittive. It absorbs all of that. It goes directly into your bloodstream, as you know, bypasses the digestive tract, and they're highly concentrated when it's in that form, vaporized. Now we're also breathing in those vapors going into our lungs and directly into our bloodstream. So now that we're finding these PFAS and all these chemicals, test results are showing cancer levels and so many different illnesses are going through the roof over the last number of years.
1 in 3 people right now estimated to have cancer in this decade. We're doing something wrong, despite all the filters, despite all the things we're doing. So this one's different, though. Tell us.
It is, because what this is going to do is going to filter every drop of water to every faucet in your home, not just the water that you drink. So we're going to eliminate those problems where you're taking in the chemicals through your skin and through the inhalation when you're showering, bathing, even washing your hands, brushing your teeth. We use water for everything. We take it for granted, but it doesn't matter where you live or what you do or what you drive. Everybody has to use water all the time, right? So we're exposed to these chemicals and we're missing the boat. We're not protecting. So this filtration system, this is a great system. After doing so much research, being a home improvement contractor for 25 years, I've installed every kind of system you can imagine. And when I realized these things and I went down the rabbit hole and I started doing some investigation myself, I'm like, I got to do something to protect my family. And the whole house water filter is the best way to go because it covers all the bases. Basically, you install a system like this right where the water comes into your home, right by that shutoff valve. And it's just a simple one line in and one line out back to the house.
So no big plumbing bill here. This is just a matter of literally like 30, 40 minutes for a plumber to install this.
Yes. It's
amazing.
It's the easiest install ever. And it's going to force all the water that comes into your house to go through this filter first and then back out to every faucet. And now you're actually getting filtered alkaline drinking water. Alkaline water, you know, is like the best water you can drink. People are paying like $8, $9 a bottle to get alkaline water.
That's right.
You're literally getting filtered alkaline water, better than bottled quality water, to every faucet, even when you shower, eliminating all those harsh chemicals, the things that cause your skin to be dry and itchy, your hair to break and be brittle.
It makes such a difference, Skip. Just putting a hard water filter on my shower, which was the first thing I did like 10 years ago, that made a huge difference. So, but what people don't realize is all of the things that are in our water. It's not just about the hard water. It's not just about the chemicals. Now we have PFAS. We have minerals in our water that cause degradation of our systems.
Yes. Yep.
This takes care of literally all of it.
Yeah, it does. So the mineral system, like, you know, for years people have been using water softeners, right? And they're usually pretty large, cumbersome units. They're kind of antiquated now. You have to do a lot of maintenance, keep adding salt to it all the time. It's why you see at Costco these 40-pound bags of salt people lugging around. Nobody wants to do that anymore.
No.
This is a new technology. This does the job of a softener. It takes out all those minerals that break down your plumbing pipes, but it also takes out all the harmful contaminants all in one thing. So it's a really great system to have in your home. I installed this in my house a couple of years ago, and you're right. It was like somebody flipped a switch.
Yes.
Overall,
hair's softer, skin is better. People say, what did you do? I'm like, nothing. I'm doing this. This is all I'm doing.
Yes. Just yes. The hair and the skin you notice right away. And the very first shower you take, you don't smell the chlorine and the chemicals. You don't see it on the glass, and you don't taste it in the water. It's like just pure water. That's the first thing. But over time, I noticed that I was actually feeling better. Like I wasn't, like we're taking in all this stuff, and people complain all the time that we see huge spike in like chronic fatigue, chronic, inflammation throughout the body, brain fog. Everybody's saying like the same thing. Now, we're exposed to a lot in our environment. What they're spraying in the air, all the all the processed ingredients in our food now, and you can't control everything. But this is something that you can be proactive with in your home. You can filter all that garbage out of your water in your home very easily.
Okay, so let's talk turkey. I want to know, how often do I have to change a filter? What's the maintenance on this system?
That is a great question, because this is really the only system I was able to find is completely maintenance free. As you can see, it's a sealed tank. So once you set this up, it's literally set it and forget it. And that's one of the things I loved about it.
Forever?
Yes, forever. There's a 10-year and there's a 20-year warranty. So even on the 10-year for a smaller system, you're getting 10 years guaranteed pure water. And that's like over 1 million gallons of water, more than you could ever use. So they also have a system that has a pump on it that backwashes it, kind of like a pool filtration system. There's a 20-year guarantee. So basically, you set it and forget it. Once you set it up, there's no filters to change, and that's really what I loved about it. The easy install, zero maintenance.
Yeah.
You put it in.
That's almost unbelievable.
We have enough things to worry about, right?
That's almost hard for my brain.
I know, because we have enough things in life to worry about, especially now. Just turn on the news, it's like, right? We have enough things to worry about. We don't need to worry about poison water for our family. I want to check it off the list. This is it. Set it and forget it.
Love that. Love that. Okay, so talk to us about these forever chemicals, because this is a really big deal. And this isn't just a big deal in our drinking water. This is, as you mentioned, a big deal when it goes through our skin. Our dogs, I lost 2 dogs to cancer this year. It's a big deal to me that my dogs have filtered water. And if that sounds diva, okay, whatever.
No, you're
but that's why I need this system.
100% right. So I have 50 chickens. I got 4 dogs and 5 cats. I'm a big animal lover.
Oh, yours not just me.
My wife and I, we only give the dogs, water that comes out of our house system, right? Yeah. So we know that
you take it with you when you go on vacation.
Yeah, you can bottle it. Yeah. So what's great about this too is right under any faucet in your house, just get your little stainless steel bottle or glass bottle you take for the day. You get the best water that you're going to get. But these forever chemicals, you're right, they're in everything, and the reason being is that they're used in the manufacturing process of everything that we have. Yeah. Everything from our clothes, furniture, textiles, technology, everything that we're surrounded by requires chemicals in the manufacturing process. And as things grow, as technology goes up, solar panels and batteries for cars and everything, more and more chemicals are needed. And these chemicals now we've seen really at high levels getting into our groundwater and getting into our homes. The municipalities just can't filter it all out. They just can't. And you can see article after article, story after story, how they're trying to combat these forever chemicals in every state, every municipality. So it's a real problem. And people ask me all the time, what can I do? I have a filter on my faucet, one in the refrigerator, and I try to remind everybody. And I too thought the same thing. I was always the guy to filter my water, refrigerator, any way I could, very conscious of it. But once I started doing the research and I thought about the skin, and I'm like this light bulb went off. I had this aha moment. Because when you take a shower, you think it's like the cleanest, healthiest thing you can do. Yeah. You're not realizing that you're taking in all of these chemicals.
Tell us about the system. What's in it?
Yeah, so there's multi levels of filtration that the water goes down through this and is forced to come back up through multiple stages of filtration. Also, it goes through a center tube here that ionizes the water and converts it into alkaline. So when it goes in, it strips out all the minerals that are harming your plumbing and causing hard water scale damage to your plumbing. But at the same time, through those multiple levels of filtration, it's also taking out, each level takes out different types of chemicals. And by the time it gets to the top, it comes out alkaline drinking water that's just pure.
This is really pennies a day.
It is.
This is, all that money we've been spending on the bottled water, which now we've all moved to the boxed water and the glass bottled water, which is even more expensive. Right. Sometimes $5, $6. I've seen my kids spend like $12 for a bottle of water. What in the heck? But this is literally pennies a day over the course of 10 years.
It is. When I look at what I spent on bottled water over the years, it's like ridiculous. And it's the reason why the bottled water industry has become nearly $100 billion a year for plastic bottles that aren't even healthy.
They're putting them out of of business, Skip.
They're in big trouble right now. You know what's funny about the plastic bottle? What people don't realize, when that water goes into the bottle and it goes to a warehouse and then it goes to the supermarket, all in hot trucks, right? And then you take it in your hot trunk and you put it in your hot garage, and by the time you break a bottle out and put it in the refrigerator, that water plastic bottle might have been heated up a dozen times, right? We all know what happens when you heat plastic.
Yeah.
No one thinks of this.
It expands and contracts.
But just the chemicals
contributes.
leach out of into the water. So the plastic bottled water is definitely not a way to go. If you're going to have to drink bottled water, do it out of a glass bottle, you know?
But you can get your own glass bottle.
You can,
put your own filter.
This is by far the most cost-effective way. For pennies a day, you can literally have the best quality water from every faucet in your home.
Now, alkaline is really important as well. We've talked a lot about that, how acidic our water has become over the years. I don't know what's caused it, but I know this fixes it.
Yes, the chemicals in our water and a combination of a lot of different elements cause the water to be acidic. And as you know, when you have acidic levels in your body, it's also promoting cancer and a lot of other problems.
Inflammation is the big thing that causes cancer.
We want to get our body to alkaline. We want to get our blood to alkaline, our body to alkaline. So drinking and also bathing in alkaline water is a really very helpful thing to do. You know,
it's so good for the skin. Keeps you young, David Brody, on your birthday. So tell us what I'm not asking you. What did I not ask that you want us to know?
Well, as far as the installation, and it's one of the reasons why I really, again, being a contractor, I've installed like so many different systems, like hundreds of different types and brands. And when I looked at my own home, I'm like, what's going to be the easiest install? Also the size. If you look at the footprint of this is like literally like 9-10 inches.
Oh my gosh, I can't even believe.
Yeah, so you can literally put this in the smallest little space in the closet. Most people have their water systems either in the basement or in the garage. It takes up a lot of space. Like the softeners are big, cumbersome units. The footprint of this is so small, you don't need anything else. It's an all-in-one thing. So it's a really great system from that regard. The installation and also, of course, the no maintenance. You know, that's really my thing.
Skip 26, that's a QR code. What does that save us?
Oh my gosh, this is a great time to get one because this company, which by the way, I didn't mention this, really the thing that put me over the top of this is an all-American company. They're all 100% manufactured and sold right here in America. Their home offices are in Nevada.
So important.
So important.
Made in America.
And I'll tell you why. You try to get someone on the phone from any of these other water filtration companies, it's farmed out across the world. No one speaks English.
Right.
These guys, when you get on the phone with them, you're speaking to a water specialist. They're in your country. They're speaking English. They're going to tell you exactly your zip code, what the problem is in your water.
Love that.
They know water, and they make it really easy to get this, you know. So.
All right. The code is Skip26.
Yeah.
You're going to save some big bucks on that.
$1,000 off right now.
$1,000 off right now. Skip Patel, this is really exciting. I want one for my house, definitely. And
give me your address. Ship one over.
I can't believe that one little system with this small of a footprint for this little money can save lives. It
really can. In the long term, it can save lives.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Thank you so much. Skip26, that's the code. Saves you $1,000 just today. So make sure you order right now. And we'll be back with more American Sunrise right after this. Thanks, Skip.
Thanks so much.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner First has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Real America's Voice is growing, and now it's all in one place. Introducing the new and improved RAV app, built for access, community.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. Today we are going beyond faith, taking a closer look at some of the most mysterious topics in Christianity. A medieval prophecy attributed to 12th century Saint Malachi warns of exactly 112 popes leading straight to the end of the world, with the final one named Peter the Roman, triggering the destruction of Rome in the Last Judgment as doomsday fears escalate. Interest in the prophecy of the popes is exploding right now following Pope Francis's shocking death, with many believing he was the final pontiff, signaling the apocalypse is here. Experts sounding the alarm to dismiss those claims, claiming the document a probable 16th century forgery that appeared centuries after Malachi died and never received any church approval. The rapid election of Pope Leo shatters the prophecy's credibility once and for all, proving that more popes are still coming long after what some claimed was the very last one. We want to know what you think. Let us know on Rumble or Getter. Hop on and let your voice be heard. Thank you so much for tuning in to our Beyond Faith segment here. We'll be right back with more on American Sunrise.
From powerhouse vocalist Natasha Owens, known for standout singles like Trump One and Somali Waltz, comes her brand new release, The Boss, released on Real America's Music. This is the direct response to Bruce Springsteen's recent release, The Streets of Minneapolis. While Springsteen once branded himself as a voice of the working class, The Boss gives a voice to everyday Americans and reminds listeners who truly shapes the future. The Real America's Voice audience has the power to move charts and shake the industry. Download it right now. Scan the QR code or search The Boss on iTunes. Push it up the charts. Make them notice. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner First has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Real America's Voice is growing, and now it's all in one place. Introducing the new and improved RAV app, built for access, community.
right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina with Colby because it is Puppy Friday and it is Freedom Friday and it is David Brody's birthday and it is Friday the 13th. I just thought I would add that. We're glad you joined us. Time now for the 1-2 watch and birthday boy. Colby's bored. He just yawned. We just want to know what you have your eye on this Friday.
Well, the first thing I have my eye on is Terrance's hat, which is impressive.
It's fantastic.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and a Colby. I always have my eye on Colby. Yeah. But more than that, the House Judiciary Committee guys this week had a big hearing. It was over Islamic law in America, Sharia law specifically. So Republicans led the charge. There was Texas Congressman Chip Roy and others. They're warning that efforts to introduce elements of Sharia law are already underway. They're pointing to this 402-acre Muslim planned community near Dallas. Gina, you mentioned that earlier, that the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, has moved to block at this point. Chip Roy says it's part of a broader push that could threaten America's constitutional order. Yeah, of course it would. The hearing eventually turned into like this tense sparring match. So take a look at this exchange between Congressman Brandon Gill and Professor Ilya Soman. Have a look.
What percentage of U.S. Muslims believe that Sharia law should be implemented in the United States?
So I'm not aware of survey data on that specific question. However,
well, I can tell you it's 39%. 39% of Muslims in the United States want Sharia law implemented in the next 20 years. Do you know what percentage of Muslims in the United States support the formation of a Muslim political party?
Again, I'm not familiar with survey data on that particular question.
Number is 46%.
Anyhow, guys, it goes on from there. You know, I was looking also up another statistic. 51% of Muslims in this country, that's majority, 51% say it should either be American or Sharia courts, that they should decide, Muslims should decide if they should go to an American court or a Sharia law court to decide their fate. 51% of Muslims. To me, Gina, what's very interesting about this is that we always hear, oh, it's just a minority of Muslims that are the radical Islamic, terrorists. Well, of course, we're not saying that all Muslims are terrorists. We're not saying that. But the fact that 51% of Muslims think that Sharia law should be an option here, I mean, that is really, really dangerous for this country.
51% of Muslims admit in a survey that they believe. Yes. And so those numbers are undoubtedly much higher. Look, Islamism is not compatible with Western culture, period. It is not a mistake that they went into the quintessential red Western Texas, right? That is not a mistake. That is by design. This is an invasion, and I'm going to call it what it is. And you can call me all the names you want to call me. Look, I've been called worse, but I'm saying this is by design. This is intentional. We have to stop this now. Where are the authorities in Texas, Terrance?
No, absolutely. And David, I'm going to actually yield to you on this one because, as Dr. Gina says, it's by design, but we're also seeing this sort of thing play out elsewhere. England comes to mind. Holland comes to mind. There's so many other countries where we're already seeing this take hold, and we're seeing the impacts of that. And so I think we need to take notice here in the United States, David.
Yeah, let's understand when we talk about Sharia law, just so we're all on the same page, we're talking about things like stoning someone for adultery. Polygamy is okay. It's allowed under Sharia law. And
underage
marriage, corporal punishment for certain crimes. This is what we're talking about. How can anybody with a right mind before that, the key is with a right mind, because there's a lot of people that don't have a right mind, before something like that? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And this is, I don't know, it's really concerning. And it's growing here in America. And if you don't think it is, then you're wrong.
30-some new mosques.
Wake up.
Just in Texas, 30-some new mosques just in Texas over the last 2 years. If that's not concerning, I don't know what is. It's very scary. But you know what's not scary? That your birthday is on Friday the 13th. And to me, that makes Friday the 13th just all cheery. And I already ate my pizza, so I have no more birthday pizza. But I have a birthday puppy. Happy birthday,
Colby.
David Brody.
Thank you.
We love you. Many more. You guys
enjoy your day, brother.
Have a great weekend. Colby says goodbye.
Come on, break it down, David.
Goodbye, Colby.
War Room coming up next. Hug the children. Love God. Celebrate Freedom Friday. We'll see you Monday.
Yo, happy birthday to my ego.
Soul.
Let's go.
On the one hand, it is a great relief, and the people that deserve the credit are the residents of Minneapolis. It's the 435,000 people. It's the tens of thousands of people that have been protesting peacefully in the streets, that have been standing up for their neighbors, getting groceries to people that are terrified to go outside. And I'm sure there's going to be relief because undoubtedly this has caused great destruction and catastrophe in our city. 2 people tragically got killed. And in addition to that, we've had small local businesses that have shut down. They're losing between $10 and $20 million collectively every single week. And while this will be a road back, what I can tell you is that our city is going to show the same kind of resilience and grit that you've seen these last couple of months during this Operation Metro Surge.
I want to state just up front and on the record, what we heard today and what we've seen over the last few days for me proves that this incursion into your state was an unmitigated failure. It was an abject, dereliction of responsibility and duty by this administration, and the fact that representatives like yourself, the mayor, and the governor stood the ground is very, very important for the people to understand. As they also took to the streets to make it very clear they did not want ICE or Tom Homan or anybody else there. So I understand that there's this cautious optimism out there, but then you have the administration, Mr. Homan, saying, oh, don't worry. Like cockroaches, we're going somewhere else. You think you may run us out of here. Now we're going to go someplace else. What can you warn people about a potential infestation of ICE and Tom Homan and others coming into their jurisdictions, and how they should prepare themselves and gird themselves for what will be a fight ahead?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And I think that that you kind of present the, the mixed emotions, the conflict of today for us, because we are celebrating today in Minneapolis. We are celebrating the fact that, this authoritarian invasion of mass secret police, of basically a paramilitary force, couldn't stand up to the resilience and resistance and unity of our community. And so we are savoring the sweetness of that today. And we are hoping that, the thousands of families whose kids aren't going to school, the people who are skipping medical appointments, moms who are talking about birthing at home without attendance are able to fully move back into their lives today. And we want them to feel that relief and that sweetness of the withdrawal.
I think what you saw is a federal government and an administration that thought that they were going to break the people of Minneapolis down. They thought that we were going to back down and sort of kowtow to whatever it is that they were looking to get done, not just locally in Minneapolis, but nationwide. They were looking to implement a national agenda based on coercing us to change local policy. And here's the thing. We didn't. The people of Minneapolis stood up. They stood up for their neighbors. They loved on each other. And I think that's the kind of patriotism that is ultimately going to get us through this.
We are always fighting on our back foot because no one will ever pick up the good stories that we do. We joke all the time that one of the, major criminal organizations we fight, they have better playbooks than we do when it comes to making ICE look bad. Sometimes the media is our biggest enemy.
Eugene?
Jokes are supposed to be funny, so that's one. Two, talking about
journalists as a criminal enterprise, right? The enemy. That is language that is coded. It tells and signals to people who don't like the reporters already who's allowed to be beat up, who's allowed to be attacked and yelled at. But also it tells you how this administration thinks about accountability, right? To be very clear, the people who recorded both the shooting of Preddy and of Renee Good, those were people who were just there. They weren't reporters. The video that came from that were not reporters. And what the representative has just been talking about, what we've seen in Minnesota, is normal people doing most of the covering of what's happening. So he's not just upset at the media, right, and upset at reporters like me and others who hope for accountability in this country. He's also mad at the American people who do the same thing, who pull out their phones and record the things that they feel like this administration is doing to them, to their communities. And I think it tells you everything you need to know about powerful people when their biggest concern is being held accountable by the people that pay their bills.
Your office, among other offices, were subpoenaed by the by the Justice Department in the course of what they say is a criminal investigation. Many people saw that as obviously pretextual, as a form of intimidation. Would you have any updates on the status of said investigation?
I don't. What I will say is, never in a million years would I think that a great American city, the city that I love in Minneapolis, would be invaded by our own federal government. Never in a million years would I thought I would see constitutional rights stripped away, and I certainly never thought that I was going to get investigated by the Department of Justice, a department that, at least historically, I have had great respect for under both Republican and Democratic administrations. But here's the thing. It's not about having committed a crime or something. It is about intimidation. It is about bullying people and communities to get them to back down. Here's the thing, in Minneapolis, we're not going to be intimidated. I'm not going to be intimidated. We're going to stand up for our neighbors, and thankfully, not because of me, but because of the tens of thousands of people that have been standing up for our collective family. I think they're the big reason, ultimately, that they decided to shift bases here and end Operation Metro Surge.
The federal judge has blocked the Pentagon from punishing Democratic Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona for participating in a video reminding service members of their duty to refuse illegal orders. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has been pursuing steps to reduce the senator and retired Navy captain's rank and pay over that video. But the judge, a nominee of President George W. Bush, said those actions violate Kelly's First Amendment rights. Quote, "This court has all it needs to conclude that defendants have trampled on Senator Kelly's First Amendment freedoms and threatened the constitutional liberties of millions of military retirees."
It's obvious, but important that it was
a lot
written.
Of these things are obvious.
It's so obvious.
The judge goes on to write, quote, "After all, as Bob Dylan famously said, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows." To say the least, our retired veterans deserve more respect from their government, and our Constitution demands they receive it. Secretary Hegseth is vowing to appeal, writing on X, quote, "Sedition is sedition, Captain. Sedition is sedition, Captain."
What a child. Seriously, what a child.
Captain. And yet,
what a child.
But
absolute child.
We have some breaking news out of Congress. The Department of Homeland Security is all but guaranteed to partially shut down tomorrow night at midnight. This is after the Senate failed to agree on a deal to rein in ICE's violent immigration enforcement tactics. Here's Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer today when asked why the negotiation process stalled.
Just ask the Republicans. They're the ones holding this up. We're on the side of the American people. We showed today overwhelmingly.
The reason that grand juries so rarely return findings of no true bill is not that grand juries are suddenly rising up and having their moment. The reason is, as Carol says, that the prosecutors pre-screen and filter out the cases that they're taking to the grand jury. That's why we're seeing grand juries have these moments right now. That's why this is occurring. I mean, the case involving the lawmakers, we're talking about bringing a criminal case that is for, number one, for pure political speech, and number two, where the content of that speech is follow the law. Right. It says a lot that the grand jurors in that room, that average citizens have more common sense than Department of Justice lawyers.
So how do you think lawyers walked into a grand jury with this case?
I think the lawyers who walked into the grand jury with that case are doing the bidding of superiors. They are doing the work of political appointees for political purposes. Maybe that's performative, maybe it's prosecutorial, maybe it's some of both, but it is all about what they are being told to do and not at all about the law, not at all about democracy, not at all about our system of government.
And we begin with breaking political news involving the race for Arizona governor. Republican Karen Taylor Robeson is out. She previously ran for governor in 2022, but lost the Republican primary to Kari Lake. Robeson was seen as a formidable candidate because of her ability to fund her own campaign. This July, she was set to face Republican Congressman Andy Biggs and David Schweikert in the Republican primary.
In a statement, Robeson said, quote, "We cannot afford a divisive Republican primary that drains resources and turns into months of intra-party attacks. It only weakens our conservative cause and gives the left exactly what they want, a fractured Republican Party heading into November. With so much on the line in 2026, I am not willing to contribute to that outcome."
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Friday, 13 February in the year of our Lord 2026. Remember, after the the beginning of the second term, we had all the backup of the 4 years in the wilderness with CRA and Stephen Miller's America First Law and Brooks Rollins' America First Policy Institute, and of course, Mark Meadows and the team over at CPI and Heritage Project 2025. We had all the CRs, had all the, executive orders. You had Russ Vogt coming in, even had, although I was not a big fan of the effort because I thought it was misplaced, you had a Doge, all of it. And then the second phase of that was to seize the institutions and do it with urgency. Right now, you're seeing the institutions, whether the institutions of the Senate, whether this is radical judiciary, the defense contractors, they're trying to encircle the White House and President Trump. We're going to get into all this morning. But the breaking news out of Arizona, we have the great Andy Biggs by phone, Congressman Biggs. Congressman Biggs, kind of a shocking development in the Arizona Republican primary, which is we're in Texas. The Texas Senate primary and the Arizona governor's race are the two top races of this cycle. Karen Robeson stepped down, or at least put it on hiatus yesterday. Sounds like she's out of the race. Your thoughts, sir?
Yes, Steve, I was very pleasantly surprised that I didn't know that was going to happen. But it just leaves me as the only, Donald Trump, President Trump, and Charlie Kirk endorsed candidate in the race, and I have a substantial lead. And she said something really classy in there. She said it's time, basically, to clear the field, and let's win this against Katie Hobbs. And I think she's right, and I was grateful for that comment. And that's who I'm focusing on, Steve, is beating Katie Hobbs.
Well, we think there's going to be some developments. Congressman, can you just hang on? We got to take a short commercial break because we had a long cold open. I want to talk to you about beating Katie Hobbs. I think there's going to be some developments today in Maricopa County that we're following very closely. Also, we got to ask Congressman Biggs, one of the great fighters we've got on Capitol Hill, about this situation with DHS shutting down. Looks like because the senators all went to the Munich Security Conference. Wade Miller is going to join us about that. We're also going to have the former Secretary of State of Wyoming. We've had on the show a lot, one of the top voter integrity folks in the country. He is now running for Congress. Chuck Gray is going to join us here momentarily. Andy Biggs, we got a packed show. Also going to go to Fort Bragg. The president's going down today to thank the troops that were part of that special forces operation in Venezuela. So we're packed wall to wall today. We're going to take a short commercial break. Make sure to take out your phone, find out why gold is a hedge. Maybe crypto hasn't been, but gold has. Take your phone out and text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide. It's no obligation. It's totally free. And you get access to Philip Patrick, who is also going to be in the show this morning in the second hour to talk about gold and the price of gold and where gold may be heading. Short break. Congressman Andy Biggs on the other side.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner First has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
It was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Real America's Voice is growing, and now it's all in one place. Introducing the new and improved RAV app, built for access, community, and choice, not paywalls. Here's the key. RAV is still free to watch. No sign-in, no membership required. Your favorite live streams, breaking coverage, and video on demand are all right there. Free, just like always.
For the War Room Posse, we have to be a force multiplier on this. We have to stick the landing.
In the White House, in the Oval Office, you're crushing it, my friend.
And if you want more, the members section is your backstage pass. Get exclusive behind-the-scenes photos and videos, insider moments from the studio and the field, and early access to new content before it goes public. Members can also unlock special experiences like virtual meet and greets, member-only auctions, and select event access, plus commercial-free viewing of certain shows inside the app. It's not just an app, it's a community. Download the RAV app today. Find it in the App Store and Google Play.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the program.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. I know the audience, we do those cold opens because we curate all this other news that you would never see. We understand it's torture, and then we always go out in the A block now, at least for a while, with Bruce Springsteen, Streets of Minneapolis. We do follow with Natasha Owens, the boss, but we got to torture. You got to make sure you're hard and tough coming out of the A block. Andy Biggs, as you know, when you announced you're going to run for governor, I spent a long time saying, Andy, Congressman Biggs, you're one of the few good guys we got to keep you. And you told me at the time, you said, Steve, I think where we're going to go is that this republic is going to have to be saved really at the state level to buck up what's happening at the federal government. Walk me through that, because I think given what happened to Save America Act, the senators just having a cursory vote and then leaving for Munich to the security conference to pal around with the globalists, people are sitting there going, what are we doing? And it may be you were quite prescient, sir.
Yeah, here's the way I saw it at the time. I've come to the conclusion that Congress is irredeemable with short of an act of God. Okay, and so if you're going to save it, the states, if you had enough governors that were going to honor and respect the 10th Amendment and push back on the feds on everything from mandates to policy to these funding, these massive takings of property within states. If the states were actually to push back and make the assertion of their sovereign integrity, it seems to me that's the way that we're going to save it, because the spending is, you got spending hawks like myself, and there's probably 15. And there's a lot of people who talk a good game, but there's really very few people who are willing to go in there and say we got to control spending, for instance. That we have to shrink the federal bureaucracy, for instance. They talk about it, but think about this. You start talking about, let's say, defense. They've never passed an audit, and you know what they tell me? Oh, we need to give them more money. That's wait a second. They've never even passed the audit. Why are we giving them more money? And it just rolls that way, and it's out of control at the federal level. So that's why I think the states, if this country is going to be saved and be a long-lasting empire of freedom, a nation that is liberty-minded, that people can actually fulfill the measure of their creation from God, then it's going to be the states.
So talk to me about the Andy Biggs, Katie Hobbs race. It's I'm not trying to jump ahead of things, but you're clearly not just running a primary, you're already setting up to position Katie Hobbs in the general. Talk to me about Andy Biggs versus Katie Hobbs.
Well, the way it works is, policy-wise, Katie's been disastrous for the state. We've gone from 4th to 47th in job creation. She's mismanaged our water, and Steve, you know Arizona really well, and you got to have water. You got to have water to live. You got to have water to grow, and they've mismanaged that. They've killed the American dream in Arizona. The only place that has homes more expensive than us is the sanctuary city bubbles and California altogether. And we've got to, and that's because of the policy she's put in place in a very, very short time. And so I want to restore the American dream. And the way you restore the American dream is you make housing more affordable. You make everything more affordable, and you get the government out of the way so that creative, entrepreneurial spirit, independent spirit of Arizona will go forward. And Arizona will become, we're on our way to becoming, if we had a governor that would foster this, we would become the technological innovator of the world, the entire world, and that's where we're going to go, and we're going to get government out of people's lives.
Well, all the advanced chip design is going to go there from Taiwan and other places, so it's going to be a tech railhead, a tech hub. Congressman Biggs, where do people find it now that Robeson's dropped out and called for unity? Where do people go to find out more about your governor's race, and what is your social media, sir?
Yeah, if you go to biggsforarizona.com, biggsforarizona.com, you spell out F-O-R, biggsforarizona.com, you can actually get there, and you'll have access to all of everything that we have.
Congressman Biggs, do you have social media? Do you remember your Twitter or Getter handle? Do you have that?
Oh, gosh, it's
stumped.
I don't, man.
We'll get it up. We'll get it up. Congressman Andy Biggs.
I'm going to send it to you.
Well, we've got it. We'll put it up on the screen. Congressman Biggs, I know you get a big engagement this morning, a big event. Get to it, and we'll chat later. Congressman Andy Biggs, looks like at the forefront of this all-important, I think this Texas Senate primary in the Republican Party and the Arizona governors were the two of the biggest ones. Let's go to Fort Bragg, home of the 82nd Airborne. Our own David Zier is there. David, the commander-in-chief, is coming down today to address the troops that serve so valiantly all over the world. In this case, I think it was Venezuela. Talk to us. What's going to happen today?
So Trump will be here with FLOTUS as well at about 1:30. It'll be a relatively quick ceremony here. He's going to greet and meet with special operators who participated in Operation Absolute Resolve. You know, JSOC, Delta Force, SEAL teams participated, the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, the Night Stalkers, penetrated Venezuelan airspace undetected, jamming their stuff in a mission that was just a little over 2 hours. An extraordinary operation. Hegseth said it was the most sophisticated military operation in history here. And the troops on the ground here say Fort Bragg is a place where the 82nd Airborne could be anywhere in 18 hours. And when the president dials 911, the 82nd Airborne answers. And we're just outside the paratrooper training facility here with the mock door set up and the fake static lines. And on the other side of the building where Trump's going to speak is the flight line where they load up to jump out of our C-17s and our C-130s here. But it's pretty incredible. Delta Force, established almost 50 years ago, has been shrouded in secrecy, participated in this Venezuela capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Just an incredible operation here. In Fort Bragg, 250 square miles, 50,000 troops, 200,000 people depend on the operations that go on this base. And it's adjoining Pope Air Force Base, now known as Pope Field, in pretty much a joint military operation that can get and globally military airlift our paratroopers anywhere in the world in less than a day. Important day here. We're also home to the 18th Airborne here, the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, and, JSOC and SOCOM, which was formed, after Desert One and Operation Eagle Claw that was aborted when we had the crash in the desert in Iran, and we lost those SEALs in Grenada. So now we can dip into any of the services, put the teams together necessary to take on these incredible missions.
Well, the great Delta Force, after Eagle Claw, like I said, I was a junior naval officer on a combatant in the carrier strike group. We call them carrier battle groups in the day in the North Arabian Sea. And I think it was Blue Light. They didn't really have a formal, they just kind of pieced it together. And after that, the lessons learned were we got to get organized here. That was the beginning of Delta Force. And then, of course, you had the Joint Command, Special Forces Command. It's so sophisticated. You see in Venezuela, the expeditionary capability of the United States military is not just second to none. It's almost breathtaking in its organization, valor, and the ability to hit. Real quickly, David, I know you're all over this too. Any updates? It's pretty amazing. 3-hour meeting with Bibi Netanyahu and the president, and really nothing come out about it. And of course, the Turks met with the Persians and the Iranians met with in Doha with various people. Nothing leaked out of that. Any assessment of Iran? Give me a minute on what you're hearing.
I don't have any further updates for you other than, that second strike group joining them over there. And we have to wait and see, what the approach is going to be here. And, it looks like, there's more military presence over there. So it may not just be a simple strike, if there is one, taking out, targets from our B-2 bombers, but if I have anything relevant, I will pass it on to you immediately.
We are covering the president is going to say a few remarks today, right? I think there is going to be a public address. I know he's meeting with the families, but we're covering on Real America's Voice. What time is that going to take place?
1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and Melania Trump is going to speak as well. Supposedly, she has an announcement to make. I'm not sure of the content of that, but they're off to Mar-a-Lago right after this. But an important stop to honor these guys, because nobody could carry out these operations across the globe like they can here out of Fort Bragg and Fort Campbell in Kentucky. It's pretty amazing.
Fort Campbell. Mo Bannon was stationed there for 101st Airborne. 82nd down at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. near Southern Pines in Fayetteville, and of course up at Fort Campbell in Kentucky, Tennessee. David Zier, social media, where do people get you, sir? Big day for the president, big day for the troops down there.
Yeah. At Dave Zier on X and David Zier on everything else. And thank you so much, Steve, and I'll give you some updates as I get them.
Thank you, brother. Okay, we're going to be covering that talk live about 1:30, cover the entire president's visit, everything that's visible. Like I said, he'll probably punch out early after that and be down in Mar-a-Lago for the weekend. Birch Gold. Gold is up. It's down around 5,000, right, from 1,000. It's not the price. It's the process. With an appropriate, a certified purchase, a qualifying purchase. That's my phrase, a qualifying purchase. You get a free edition, the Patriots edition of the End of the Dollar Empire. We started this, 5 years ago in 2021, I think it was, to basically walk you through capital markets, make sure you understood the process of why gold has been a hedge for 5,000 years in mankind's history. Check it out today, birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon, qualifying purchase. Get your free copy. Short break. Chuck Gray from Wyoming next.
Freedom to speak your mind. Freedom to protest policies you don't like. Freedom to start a business. Freedom to own property. Freedom to vote. Freedom to flourish. It's easy to take these things for granted, but for many people around the world, freedom is merely a dream, and those who fight for it risk losing everything. Their reputations, their livelihoods, even their lives. Scan the QR code now or visit atlasnetwork.org/rev today to help freedom become a reality for people fighting back against authoritarianism. With your gift of just $19 a month, we'll send you an exclusive Atlas Network hat. Plus, we'll send the print edition of our Freedom's Champion magazine to your door. Atlas Network was founded to help pro-freedom organizations around the world develop, implement, and defend policies that foster freedom against tyranny. Visit atlasnetwork.org/rev or scan the QR code now to help us make freedom a reality for millions of people around the world. Donate $19 a month to receive your exclusive hat. At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through rap. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Election rule that would make it a lot harder for millions of Americans to vote, and it is working its way through Congress. Yesterday, House Republicans rushed to pass the SAVE Act, which requires very strict proof of citizenship to vote. And while it's highly unlikely to make it through the Senate, it is raising serious red flags. It all comes as the president remains fixated on rewriting the 2020 election. A newly unsealed affidavit shows that much of the evidence used to justify the FBI seizure of Fulton County's ballots relied on debunked theories. And that search, it was spurred by a referral from Kurt Olson. You might not know this name. He was a staunch 2020 election denier, also known as Trump's new director of election security.
That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And there would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no mail-in ballots with the exception of disability, illness, military, or if you're traveling, you can get an exemption. You know, if you happen to be out of the country for a good reason, you can have an exemption. So
this is all about massive voter suppression at a national level. You know, as a U.S. attorney, I was used to looking at efforts to suppress the vote locally, by county, in smaller numbers. When statewide ID acts became popular following the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County versus Holder, which gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, we saw efforts to make it more difficult for people to vote in certain states like Alabama and Arizona. Now we're watching Donald Trump try to do it on a national level. He can read the polls just like we can. He knows that his party is underwater for the midterm elections and perhaps beyond. So this is nothing more than an effort to let politicians choose their voters rather than to let voters elect their representatives.
Okay, Chuck Gray, we're going to have a lot about this morning because I believe there's could be activity in Maricopa County today. There's been activity in Georgia. We're going to have one of the lawyers that knows Georgia cold about this very topic join us at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. I want to go to Chuck Gray. Chuck, we had you on the show as the Secretary of State of Wyoming. You've been at the tip of the spear of this fight. I think you actually testified on the SAVE Act. You're now running for Congress. The House passed this, and the Senate took a perfunctory vote and then went to Munich. Your thoughts about this entire situation of voter integrity, election security, all of it, sir?
Well, the Save America Act is so important. Proof of citizenship for registering to vote and voter ID 2 years in a row. This passed the U.S. House, and the Senate has refused to take a vote on it. Just a lot of momentum over the last few weeks. Voter ID got added to the Save America Act, and the U.S. House repassed the bill with voter ID in there, in addition to proof of citizenship for registering to vote. These are important issues that over 90% of Americans support. Wyoming has been at the forefront of implementing both of these reforms. We were the first state in the nation to have an ironclad proof of citizenship for registering to vote requirement. And yes, testified this week at the U.S. Congress about how important it is how these bills are implementable and how out of control the radical left is in their wrong narrative about these bills. We have to continue to stand for the truth on the fact that these are implementable, people want them, and they're consistent with advancing common sense election integrity across our country.
You know, this is why we had you on, we were fighting the fight, because the folks in Wyoming were inspirational to others. Remember, the Georgia folks dug in. You're going to hear from Harry McDougald, the lawyer. They hung in there for 5 and 6 years on this, getting sued, threatened with prison, all of it. And you guys in Wyoming said, no, here's what we have to do to make sure we're going to do it in Wyoming as an inspiration for the country. Talk to me about what you guys actually implemented, kind of these common sense rules, which it seems to me 85%, when you look at the polling, 85% of the nation backs it. What did you guys do in Wyoming?
Proof of citizenship for registering to vote, banning ranked choice voting, banning third-party interference in our elections, commonly called Zuck Bucks. All of those reforms we got done. And that's also, there's another companion bill called the Mega Act that Chairman Brian Stile of the House Admin Committee is putting forward in the House. So we're getting a lot of movement in the U.S. Congress on these baseline measures that are consistent with what the federal government has done with NVRA and HAVA that passed in the 90s and early 2000s. So we need to advance these baseline election integrity measures. And that's why I'm running for Congress. One of the many reasons is that I think we need to get this across the finish line nationwide. And the reality is getting these measures through the Congress is the only way we're going to get these things done in many of the blue states where there is just the radical left is taking control of their state legislatures.
So, Chuck, we start with Andy Biggs, a friend of the show and somebody we've had on for years, all the time. Something may happen in Maricopa County today. I'm not being told, but I think it's out in the ether. He's actually going. He's one of our great warriors in the House. He's going back to Arizona to run for governor because he said, "Hey, I think we're at the save this state level." You've had such an impact in Wyoming, and Wyoming's been such an inspiration to the rest of the country. Why now are you saying, "Hey, I think I've got to go to D.C. to clean up this mess"?
We need great MAGA representatives in both settings, both the state and the federal. And we need members of Congress that are going to advance President Trump's agenda and really be vigorous in that. I've been in 10 years in Wyoming state government as a state legislator and as Wyoming Secretary of State. But I really think there is a role at the federal level in the Congress. And so I think you need great people in both. I really believe that and want to get involved in the federal issues. And this is a way to do that.
Where do people go to find out about your campaign? Where they find out about on your social media? As you know, you're beloved by this audience, so people want to find out more. I think a lot of people didn't realize you were running for Congress. Where do they go, sir?
Chuck4Wyoming.com. You also spell out FOR for that, just like Andy's website. Again, Chuck4Wyoming.com and on X as well with Chuck4Wyoming, FOR spelled out as the handle.
Chuck, make sure you send our regards to all the folks in Wyoming. Been a great inspiration about getting this mess sorted on election integrity, real leadership. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
Biggs is going back to Arizona, and Chuck Gray's going to go to D.C. Michael Kunzler, I got Michael Kunzler. So, Michael, I have not seen a response on a offer. Like my phone blew up yesterday, and I want to take a few minutes and just walk through. People go, well, hang on, what is this? This is an online pharmacy. I don't have to get shaken down by these big pharmaceutical conglomerates or the McKessons of the world. So just walk through. How did you get the idea? What exactly are you? An online pharmacy, but you got doctors, everybody's certified. You can get all the medication that you need certified. Just walk through. How'd you have the idea, and what exactly is All Family Pharmacy?
So All Family Pharmacy is a small business, family owned. The name just so happens to match obviously what we are as a family. But, you know, All Family Pharmacy works with licensed physicians. They're licensed in every state. We're licensed in about 45 states. We have a few pending. Obviously, we all know which one is probably the main one that's pending, California, the most difficult state to always work with. But we came up with 47 just because we love the direction that, you know, America's going in right now. Things are getting better for people. You know, business is picking up. Ivermectin sales are picking up consistently. People are becoming more comfortable purchasing the medication without the repercussions of their doctor or the regulators within their state. So we feel like this holiday weekend is a great time for people to take advantage of 47% off. Medications like ivermectin, mebendazole, hydroxychloroquine. And we also decided to throw in a couple of the biohacking drugs, NAD+, which is the battery that runs your cells. It's a wonderful, wonderful supplement to try. If you have not tried it and you do not have cancer or not have had cancer in the past, it is something I highly suggest for everyone. Even in flu season, this will beat the COVID fatigue that you get from long COVID. It'll beat the flu fatigue after 5 days of laying in bed, you know, wondering, should I have gotten vaccinated? Should I have not gotten vaccinated? We have medications and supplements that are going to make you forget about all these vaccines that don't work anymore. And I think that's the main purpose of this sale, is to promote medications that we feel work, get people comfortable with them, let them try them in a safe and effective manner. And then, you know, hopefully they'll continue purchasing them down the line.
You know, medical freedom and informed consent, it's just not about big pharma. It's also about the distribution system. I mean, the distribution system really has an iron grip on this. This is what you guys, why we found it so fascinating of what you as an entrepreneur were trying to break. I want to make sure let's go through the steps, because this is going to be, particularly for guys like me and the boomer generation, right? Just walk us through. For the younger folks, it's probably easy. Walk us through either online or by calling. What's the process and what are the steps?
Sure. So you go directly to our website. All of the medications that are 40% off, they are listed. You'll see it in red ink. It'll tell it's 47% off. We discounted every product that is already on that sale so that you don't have to worry about the coupon code. We're not here to try and, get people to come to our site and just purchase it at full price. You get the discount regardless of who you are as an American. So you go to the website, you choose the medications that you're interested in looking at. We get you got to fill out the medical form, the shipping information, and the prescription information. That's typical legal language here for a pharmacy. We're going to send that form to a physician. A physician is going to review it. They'll contact you as necessary, and then they'll send us the prescription, approved or denied. If it's denied, we give you a call, or they give you a call letting you know why they feel it's not safe for you. If it's approved, we get the prescription. We ship the medications out with FedEx, 2-day or overnight. If it's an emergency, we'll overnight it to you. If it's FedEx 2-day, we'll shoot it out with anywhere in the nation in 2 days. It's pretty easy, pretty simple. It's safe. It's secretive. We're not going to sit there and, email your doctor and telling them what medications you're ordering. That's not our duty. It's your due diligence to talk to your doctor if you feel like sharing that information. We feel it's necessary. We understand how doctors, think, and it's unfortunate that some of them want to shoot down a lot of these drugs, but, we want them to have an open mind like we do.
And you've got certified physicians that'll walk through with the customers and the patients, all of that. One more time. Phone number, where do you call right now? And if you go online, where you go online and what you got to tap in?
561-717-6794 is the phone number. You can find it on our website at allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon. Go right to the site. Everything is discounted already for you. Made it easy. And it's until February the 17th.
A huge 47% off. Just incredible. Of course, he passes daily on the overhead from the big companies that they save you by being online. Michael, thank you. Thank you for starting this. Thank you for driving. We know everything's tough as a small entrepreneur, but thank you for making this amazing deal available to the War Room Posse. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. Have a great weekend, okay?
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is the creation of a small institution, hopefully becomes a big institution, as you see them springing up all over the place to counter the established order. That established order is trying to choke out the Trump White House and the Trump administration. You can see it clearly every day. There's some very nefarious characters and money in back of this. Peter Schweizer's book 3 times. Peter's had a lot of bestsellers. 3 weeks in a row, Invisible Coup has been the #1 book on the New York Times bestseller list. The #1 book on the New York Times bestseller list. Now, why is that? I think people are finally waking up to the fact that we have enemies, both foreign and domestic. All next in the War Room.
Freedom to speak your mind. Freedom to protest policies you don't like. Freedom to start a business. Freedom to own property. Freedom to vote. Freedom to flourish. It's easy to take these things for granted, but for many people around the world, freedom is merely a dream, and those who fight for it risk losing everything. Their reputations, their livelihoods, even their lives. Scan the QR code now or visit atlasnetwork.org/RAV today to help freedom become a reality for people fighting back against authoritarianism. With your gift of just $19 a month, we'll send you an exclusive Atlas Network hat. Plus, we'll send a print edition of our Freedom's Champion magazine to your door. Atlas Network was founded to help pro-freedom organizations around the world develop, implement, and defend policies that foster freedom against tyranny. Visit atlasnetwork.org/RAV or scan the QR code now to help us make freedom a reality for millions of people around the world. Donate $19 a month to receive your exclusive hat. At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through rap. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
This court has all it needs to conclude that defendants have trampled on Senator Kelly's First Amendment freedoms and threatened the constitutional liberties of millions of military retirees.
It's obvious, but important that it was
A lot
written.
of these things are obvious.
It's so obvious.
The judge goes on to write, quote, "After all, as Bob Dylan famously said, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows." To say the least, our retired veterans deserve more respect from their government, and our Constitution demands they receive it.
Did Mika just say the Dylan song, you don't need, because we're playing the Bruce Springsteen song to drive you nuts today. Of course, we counter that with Natasha Owens' hit. That was the #1 hit of The Boss, which is her counter to the streets of Minneapolis. Did Morning Mika just say you don't need a weatherman to tell you which way the wind blows? I don't want to bring up for those of us of a certain age that was the that was the organizing principle behind the Weathermen, which were a radical revolutionary group that deployed violence. I find it quite odd that Morning Joe is sending. You could not signal, not noise more than that. These radicals in the streets, and this is what we're talking about. This is an institutional blowback. I want to bring in Forrest from the New Federal State. Peter Schweizer's book, The Invisible Coup, is 3 weeks in a row, folks. As great as Peter Schweizer is, he's never had a book like this. 3 weeks in a row, New York Times #1 bestseller. Remember, they always suppress the count of the conservative books. The Invisible Coup, How American Elites and Foreign Powers Use Immigration as a Weapon. The lead villain here, as bad as Mexico is, and it's bad, the lead villain is the Chinese Communist Party. Peter Schweizer says straight out, the Chinese Communist Party is trying to use mass immigration as a weapon in unrestricted warfare to destroy the United States from within. Forrest, there's a certain individual I don't think we've highlighted enough, and I've asked you guys to go do some research and talk about it. This individual, supposedly an American citizen, although lives in Shanghai, is bigger than Soros, bigger than the guy from Switzerland in funding these groups that have taken to the streets of places like Minneapolis and Los Angeles and Chicago, these are not just interested. These are not good government civilians. These are not citizens in these states who just, oh, well, I think I've got a better idea than President Trump has. This is an organized color revolution in the streets of America. And let's be brutally frank. Right now, they may be winning. I think we withdrew we're withdrawing ICE from Minneapolis. So Forrest, tell us, why is a guy living in Shanghai that has very close purported ties to the Shanghai military intelligence group and Bruno Wu and that whole crowd, why is he writing checks for a revolution in the streets of the United States of America, sir?
Okay, thank you so much, Steve, for asking me coming back. This guy's name his name is Neville Roy Singham. Neville Roy Singham. He's living in Shanghai. You asked the very key question: why Shanghai? Why not Moscow? Why not Tehran? Why not Pyongyang? Because you know what? That's where Bruno Wu is. That's where CCP is, because that's a CCP-controlled state power who can provide him everything he wants, the cover and the financial channels to funnel the money into this country. And he's working with the CCP, try to destroy this country from within. That's why he's living in Shanghai. That's why he's working with Chinese Communist Party. And State Department knows this, DOJ knows this, FBI knows this, and the CIA knows this. And he definitely is not the only one. And I don't believe he's the biggest one, and he is not new. And everybody knows this. But hang
on a second. Bruno Wu, correct me if I'm wrong, either has a green card, or I think Bruno Wu's a citizen of the United States. This guy's a citizen of the United States. Peter Schweitzer's whole book is about how these guys get citizenship, and then they're basically agents of foreign powers inside the United States. He's talking about people having babies here. There's one billionaire that wants his son that was born here. He's back in mainland China now to be president of the United States. In the book, it's called The Manchurian President. Why do we have guys like Bruno Wu and this guy Singham that are clearly anti-American, clearly up to no good, clearly working with the CCP? How did they get American citizenship, sir? And is that holding back CIA, FBI, the DOJ, people that should know this, from rolling these guys up?
Yes, that's what we discussed last time. I believe those guys, because CCP funded them, CCP have a million ways to put them into US. This is a difference between the massive immigrant Peter was talking about. CCP used those elite, again, it's not regular people or common laobaixing immigrant into this country. CCP utilized those elites in the US, and as well as like Bruno Wu, to come into this country using their financial channels, in their international connections, to corrupt individuals in this country, to infiltrate the institutes in this country. Bruno Wu's wife, Yang Lan, she's graduated from Columbia, where I graduate. She graduated from CIPA, where she working with all the media. She almost interviewed every famous guy in the whole world. Think about it. How many people was compromised, corrupted by those two couple? So that's why these people are very dangerous. All the elites, whether it's Chinese elite used by CCP or the elite in the US. And everybody knows about this. We do need actions against those people. Miles used to say, follow the money, follow the PP. PP means here reference to the sexual activities. And I would like to add, follow through with the actions. Because look at it. We don't have actions against those people who sell out the US and who
every day
sell out this country. Miles was trying to help in this country and save this country.
Hang on 1 second. I'm going to hold you through into the 11 o'clock hour. Forrest in the new federal state. Bruno Wu's wife is the Oprah Winfrey of China, a huge talk show host. That's not by accident, right? There are no coincidences. Let's take a short commercial break. We'll return the second hour of the War Room. I commit to you, will be more on fire than even our first. Stick around.
Freedom to speak your mind. Freedom to protest policies you don't like. Freedom to start a business. Freedom to own property. Freedom to vote. Freedom to flourish. It's easy to take these things for granted, but for many people around the world, freedom is merely a dream, and those who fight for it risk losing everything. Their reputations, their livelihoods, even their lives. Scan the QR code now or visit atlasnetwork.org/rev today to help freedom become a reality for people fighting back against authoritarianism. With your gift of just $19 a month, we'll send you an exclusive Atlas Network hat. Plus, we'll send the print edition of our Freedom's Champion magazine to your door. Atlas Network was founded to help pro-freedom organizations around the world develop, implement, and defend policies that foster freedom against tyranny. Visit atlasnetwork.org/rev or scan the QR code now to help us make freedom a reality for millions of people around the world. Donate $19 a month to receive your exclusive hat. At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. It's February. It's 13 February in the year of our Lord, 2026. It is Friday. Forrest, we're going to spend a lot more time on Bruno Wu and Singham. And Bruno Wu's wife, can't forget her, the Oprah Winfrey of China, the CCP. And you don't get in those positions unless you are signed, either a member of or signed off by the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese Communist Party, as we say over and over again, is the existential threat. Don't take it from me. Just read Schweitzer's book. Has been #1 New York Times for 3 weeks in a row. Peter Schweitzer, we've worked together for years. He's had a lot of huge, I think he's had, 8 or 9 New York Times bestseller. He's actually been on the New York Times #1 bestseller list. I think this is the 4th or 5th book in a row. He's never had one ever that had been 3 weeks in a row. And the way they suppress conservative books, that shows you. And Peter Schweitzer makes the case in here that elites, coupled with the Chinese Communist Party and the Mexican government, are using mass migration as a weapon. Forrest, New Federal State, where do we get your newscast every day? Up on Getter, social media, and then we'll have you back next week. We're going to drill down a lot more on Bruno Wu and his wife and Singham from Shanghai.
Okay. You can find us on NFSC at Getter and NFSC TV, NFSC Speaks at Getter, and also NFSC Speak at X. And then one last thing, Steve, you just asked that the right question. Why Shanghai? Because CCP is behind everything. CCP is the enemy. I think we have to acknowledge that. We have to, take them as the enemy and take action. And we need to take down CCP. Otherwise, they are not coexist with freedom in this country. They're not
when the CCP was formed, The Shanghai was their power base. Beijing, they took Beijing, they seized Beijing, but their power base has always been Shanghai. Now that has a kind of a phony form of state capitalism there, why all the Western banks, everybody flooded there. But it is Shanghai that is where I think the deep evil really comes. And particularly, and you got to ask a question, how are two guys that hate the United States and are working against the United States, how do these guys have American citizenship? Just ask yourself that. How does that happen? Forrest, thank you so much. Look forward to having you back next week. We'll work over the weekend, sir. Appreciate you.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a nice weekend.
Programming note, tomorrow in the morning show at 11 o'clock, we're doing a special. I'm going to have a graphic up here shortly. I don't have it quite yet. Oh, I do have it. The 500 Days of Tina Peters. Sunday, Tina Peters will have been in this... maximum security, medium security, the highest security. They got women's prison in Colorado for 500 days. 500 days. $499 tomorrow and $500 on Sunday. We're doing a special. It's going to run all weekend. 11 o'clock tomorrow, a special on Tina Peters, what life is like for her and what the efforts are to get her out of prison. And it'll be rerun 2 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday. So we're really proud of this. We're putting it together now, and couldn't be happier that we're there to assist a Gold Star mother that I think 72 years old, that's in a high security, very dangerous prison, and is a political prisoner. Let's be blunt. The 500 Days of Tina Peters tomorrow. Okay, we've got a very special guest. I think something's cooking up in Maricopa County. Something already happened in the great state of Georgia. Why is the Democrats in the media in complete meltdown about what went on in Georgia? Well, there's a lot more to do, and we still got a lot of wood to chop in Georgia on this topic. Let's go ahead and play the cold open. I'm going to bring in Harry McDougall, one of the lawyers that has been there from the beginning.
There's a new election rule that would make it a lot harder for millions of Americans to vote, and it is working its way through Congress. Yesterday, House Republicans rushed to pass the SAVE Act, which requires very strict proof of citizenship to vote. And while it's highly unlikely to make it through the Senate, it is raising serious red flags. It all comes as the president remains fixated on rewriting the 2020 election. A newly unsealed affidavit shows that much of the evidence used to justify the FBI seizure of Fulton County's ballots relied on debunked theories. And that search, it was spurred by a referral from Kurt Olson. You might not know this name. He was a staunch 2020 election denier, also known as Trump's new director of election security. I want to talk about Georgia. You looked through that 19-page affidavit. It was unsealed on Tuesday. What was your main takeaway?
The main takeaway is wondering where the probable cause is in the affidavit at least two critical junctures where you're expecting the agent, right? This is an affidavit. This is very routine. An FBI agent writes an affidavit explaining to the judge what the evidence the government has is that supports the search warrant. That has to be probable cause to believe that there was a crime that was committed and evidence of it will be found in the location to search. And in this affidavit at two places, the agent says, if so-and-so happened, then there would be probable cause. And that's just not how this works. The affidavit is deficient. No clue how this got out of the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI office in Georgia.
Put a pin in this. We're going to come back to play this. Harry, you've been involved in this, working with Caroline Jeffers and others. Harry McDougall joins us now. You've been at the beginning of this. That is we're going to get to that in a second, because something's happening in 2 weeks. Where they've got Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell. And when you got Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell, they're bringing in the heaviest guns they have. Well, let's start there. Why is all of a sudden MSNBC, very specific, got their top legal people focus on this issue about the ballots, about the affidavits, about the search warrant, all of that, and Abby Lowell and Norm Eisen pop up as the lawyers in this, sir?
Looking at a 5-alarm fire on the narrative that they have constructed around the 2020 election over the last 5 years. And the walls of Jericho are coming down, and now they have gone to DEFCON 5 to try to shore this up. It's a total information war, and one of their bombs is to use the word debunked over and over and over. And so when they have this hearing in federal court, they'll be seeking return of the evidence, and they've got to show that this affidavit is unlawful. And to do that, they have to show that it's based on knowingly false or recklessly false statements. And prior determinations made by state agencies do not control the federal determination of probable cause as to the commission of a federal crime. So we have different sovereigns. The state determinations do not control. But they're sending Abby Lowell and Norm Eisen and their whole gang down here to represent Fulton County and the election board to see if they can put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Hang on. I just want to make sure. Hang on. I just want to make sure the audience understands this. What they're trying to do is get back the ballot